Hey guys, welcome back to the Lunar Horse Trophy season number 8. We are in the group stage and we have Carstens. Of course, every day we have had Carstens. But this should be one of their last few matches. They are, I do believe, guaranteed for the playoffs. They seem to start off strong, but their past few series have gone to a game number 3. Right now, though, they are going to be playing against Pandava Lima, who were the first team to take Direborn to a game 3. Right, no other team had done it until they came around. Of course, Mentality Monsters also came very close to doing that, but Pandava Lima have set a record as far as that is concerned. Carstens, meanwhile, Lenny is not going to be here with us today. It is going to be a stand-in carry, so maybe they're going to be affected by that, maybe not. They still do have their 3 core lineup: Emptiness from Kazakhstan, GZ and Stoic from Turkey, and then Krish from India. Meanwhile, DNZ being a stand-in, we'll see what he can do. I will. Please do let me know if the volume is fine, because I was doing a bit of a personal streaming and I had the gain up quite a bit. But it should be okay. I can see the volumes turning out to be fine from my end, but hopefully the sound is good for you too. Let's take a look at the draft. Carstens have the techies as well as a Tusk, Jeezy, and Stoic. They like to make plays around the map. They like to rotate, and this combo should enable them. It's a combo they've gone for several times, dozens of times in fact. The puck for Krish comes out, Dawnbreaker as well for Emptiness, and Dawnbreaker plus a Techies combo, Tusk rotating in, that is a devastating combo, and they should be able to take this Lone Druid down several times. Lone Druid is very weak in the laning phase, like very weak. Like his main hero is no stronger than a Helm of the Dominator creep. I would say the Helm of the Dominator creep actually has more utility than the Lone Druid does before he hits his 6. And even as he hits his 6, it's a very long cooldown. So you force out a rotate, or rather you come out with a rotation, he uses his true form, and when it's on cooldown, he's a sitting duck, right? He is a target that you need to take out. As Pandava Lima go for the axe, so they infuse a bit of, I would say, initiation potential, a bit of control in those team fights, and they have a decent amount of control. Berserker's Call, Searing Chains, as well as the Shackle Shot, not to mention the Roots and the Fear coming in from the Lone Druid, and the Undying Tombstone, right? Which does slow targets down when the zombies do right-click you. Carstens, meanwhile, they have the, I think, interestingly, have to go for the carry, and Drow Ranger is banned. Clinks is available in the pool. Necro is not. I would imagine the Clinks is a pretty good pick here, but they might go for the Terrorblade. And actually, no, Terrorblade would not be that ideal when you have the axe against you. Let's see, okay, so they go for the Templar Assassin, which to be fair isn't that much better, but since you do have a save with the Dawnbreaker, Templar Assassin can work. I understand the thought process that Carstens have. We'll see what they're going to be able to do with this as Pandava Lima. Again, we do have to consider the fact that they are supposed to be the underdogs. Carstens are the superior, or I would say more experienced and stronger team, but they are playing with a higher ping, right? I was taking a look at the pings that they have, apart from Krish, of course. He's from the region, so his ping to the Singapore servers is not going to be that high, but the rest of Carstens, as far as Emptiness, GZ, and Stoic go, I do believe they have more than 150 ping, right? Since they're playing from quite the distance, so we'll see how exactly they're going to be able to perform. Pandava Lima, meanwhile, of course, all of their players are based in Southeast Asia, so they're going to have very little ping. I mean, about 30 ping or so, but that hasn't really stopped Carstens, right? I mean, sure, it's probably affected them quite a bit, but it hasn't really changed some of their series in the sense that they're still winning out there. They're still taking away games. They're still winning their series overall. They're still guaranteed for the playoffs, so those are things that remain unchanged as far as, you know, the dynamic of the game goes. And I will turn on the overlays.
I'll take it. I'll take
There
it.
we go. And I think that should be pretty much okay. Yeah, I think it's okay now. Taking a look at the rotation that is happening before us, I don't think. I mean, none of these guys are gonna run into each other. And if I were Spandava Lima, I wouldn't want to run into Carstens at this level 1 timing. Sure, you have that Tombstone with the tag team, the Starbreaker, the GZ's Blast Off, the magical damage coming out from the Radiant side from Carstens' lineup is simply too much to contest with. That is at least as far as what I think. I could be wrong, of course. There's always that possibility. Wouldn't be the first time that I was wrong about something like this. Hard to predict what 5 spells or 5 heroes will do against 5 heroes at that level 1 mark. Someone can take a different spell, like Stoic can go for the Ice Shards to block someone out. Because often at times at these level 1 exchanges, it's also about how to prevent the first point of contact from just backing away. Alright, and then you may want a spell that prevents their escape and inadvertently creates that escape because you don't have enough damage to take them out. So there is always going to be that potential. But we'll see what game number 1 has in store for us as far as the laning phase is concerned. As again, you don't have GZ over here. Right now, he will show up with the Dawnbreaker. He's there now. Stoic is going to go back through the gate, so not going to look for a level 1 play. Good decision, because their Templar Assassin is really going to struggle at that first creep wave if you're not there with him. It's the Lone Druid who's going to take in some decent amount of damage. GZ can look for the blast off right now, but Lone Druid, Monza, is just going to walk towards the other side. And so, pretty much even Steven as far as the bounty rules also went 2 and 2. And over on this bot lane, you have the Axe and the Wind Ranger, so this Templar Assassin might just struggle here. I mean, it's not exactly a super strong hero. In fact, this TA is dead. First blood will be drawn for Pandava Lima, and they also find the Berserker Call on Stoic. That kill gave them the level 2 mark. Battle Hunger is potentially going to be applied. It should have been. Stoic might just have died there due to that Battle Hunger. Sure, it's just at that level 1 mark, only about 12 damage per second. But it's still, it's still pretty decent. As the Axe, thinking about, I think you can dominate this lane as the Axe, but it's gonna get harder and harder as not the TA, but Stoic, right? As the Tusk gets more levels, I think Tusk has one of the best toolkits for the laning phase. Snowball tag team as well as the Ice Shards, those are just absolute great abilities to have. You prevent escape, you initiate, you have overwhelming damage coming out at the back of that tag team, especially with the meld and the refraction. Or I wouldn't say the DA even goes to the refraction right now. It can just be melted through Battle Hunger, will just take out your refraction anyway, so there's no point of skilling up that refraction, but it gives you a lot of killing potential, right? Bonus damage coming at the back of that tag team, bonus damage with that refraction. You apply all of that damage on this axe or this Wind Ranger, and either of them should die. It's just a question of how do you want to play this lane, right? Do you want to have that much aggression, or do you want to prioritize your farming? As Stoic, he gets hit by the Battle Hunger once more, as well as the Berserker's Call has no snowball, activates his tag team, but is surely to fall. And once again, Pandava Lima get yet another kill on Carstens. Stoic might just look for a play somewhere else on the map, as I will just increase the volume for myself here. Grish on the mid lane. Yesterday, he found solo kills on that mid side again and again. This time around, it's not going to be a solo kill. Although, I mean, I say it's not, but I don't really know. It shouldn't be a solo kill. This Ember should be able to hold his own. And, I mean, we should be having a decent enough time, I would say. But we'll see. GZ goes in. They use that Starbreaker, or rather that Celestial Hammer, to try and take out that Lone Druid, and they will be able to find it. GZ comes in with a Blood Grenade. However, it's a kill on Krish on that mid side. This Wind Ranger is finding kills left, right, and center for his team, both on that bot lane as well as on that mid side. But this Templar Assassin, he finds a bit of revenge. With Stoic, they're able to take down the axe while the Wind Ranger rotated away. So the Carstens do get a bit of something for their troubles. It's not going to be exactly a whole lot, but it is, you know, it is definitely something. And you kind of needed this, especially since Rim, he gets a double kill on that top lane. Emptiness and GZ both die at the back of that tombstone being committed. And this is kind of a disaster that's building up for Carstens. I mean, they're just not able to get much done, quite frankly. The kill on the axe is great and all, but it's also, you know, kind of, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't really feel like Carstens. Okay, let's see how this place works out. They want to make a play on Monza. The blast off comes in, but the fear comes out from the Lone Druid. And now with the Wind Ranger coming in, there's a Shackle shot on GZ. He's gonna go down. Emptiness now, nowhere to really go, being body blocked by that Templar Assassin as a pause comes out from Carstens. And I do not think this Dawnbreaker is surviving. I don't think he has anywhere to really go. So, oh my. I mean, we'll see, right? But I don't think this Dawnbreaker is surviving. I think this Dawnbreaker is pretty much just going to die here. A very painful death, I might add. Okay, Celestial Hammer, its AoE is gonna stop. Now the Lone Druid is very low, and he did just summon the Spirit Bear. So maybe Emptiness has some kind of a play. His Starbreaker is coming off of cooldown, so he can look to turn, especially with the magic stick available. Power Shot slows him down. Wind Ranger in trouble. The Starbreaker lands on 2, and he throws out that Celestial Hammer, but unable to withdraw it. And that means the Wind Ranger will survive. It will be 7 kills on the board for Pandava Lima, and only 2 kills for Carstens up so far. And sure, the Lone Druid Spirit Bear, it was very low, but they haven't been able to take it down. As the axe, I mean, that he was the second kill. DNZ able to find 2 kills on the board. So I would say it's not that bad of a situation to be in, but it's not that great either. Now, the good thing for Carstens is that they're leading the charts in terms of lost hits at the very least. At least for everyone except on that mid side, as the Ember Spirit is at the very top of the lost hit chart. He's about to maintain his position as he takes away 3 creeps, including the banner creep. So this Ember Spirit is going to be very farmed up. May not be as farmed as the rest of their team, who have, well, maybe not as farmed as the Wind Ranger. And interestingly, and this is the point that you do have to add, the net worth on these cores might not be that different between both of these two teams, irrespective of the skill feed that you see here. 2 to 7 might seem overwhelming for the 6 minutes of the game, but all of these kills, literally 100% of these kills, have just taken place from these supports and not any core from Pandava Lima. As the blast-off comes in, the Shrine of Wisdom contested by Karsten, they will be able to take apart that Undying. They do lose Jeezy, and their Dawnbreaker is suffering. Sweet will end up with a triple kill on that Shrine of Wisdom position. They will secure the Shrine of Wisdom, both shrines to go the way of Pandava Lima, and where I was just talking about how 7 of their kills, 100% of their kills, were in the hands of their supports. Now 30% of their kills are going to be in the hands of that Ember Spirit, and that is going to be a bit of a difference, a big difference in fact, between the net worth of Krish, who has died already, compared to the Ember, who has just found 3 kills on the board. Amplify damage rune. Blast off has missed by Jeezy. Ember Spirit is gonna come in and make sure that Jeezy is gonna be punished for this. Power shot comes in, thrown out by the Wind Ranger, and he's gonna be able to get a kill on Jeezy. I would say not that effective of a move coming up by either, or rather by Karsten's. They've already on Pandava Lima built up to a 2,000 net worth advantage. As the Axe, he's gonna get hit by the attack team. They have 3 heroes around this position, but the Wind Ranger comes in with the power shot. The Solar Guardian does come in, and it's Monza in danger. True form is activated, but in the end, he is stuck in between the 4 heroes. The Mel Strikes start to come in, and Monza, he'll die. The Krish coming in with the rotation. Dream Coil planted down, and the Wind Ranger, he will lose his unstoppable streak, gives it away to Stoic, and that, in fact, is the entire lead that Pandava Lima were building up. It gets washed as Karstens find themselves with a counterplay, mitigating the pressure on that safe lane, at the same time picking up 3 kills, I believe. Let's just take a look at the skill fight recap. Quite a bit of gold. Of course, most of it going to Stoic, but that's okay. TA doing 2,000 damage in that position. 1,800 of it was dealt by that Solar Guardian, which was perfect, landing on that Lone Druid as well. 1,500 gold going their way, and 235 gold lost for Pandava Lima is, I would say honestly, a pretty good position to be in. Axe going in with the Berserker's Call, and they should be able to. Okay, there we go. They find the helixes. Counter helix. They should call it the counter spiral. They should call it the punches. They should call it something else. I wish there was a name we work for a lot of these abilities. Starbreaker. Why don't you just call it Hammer Down? You know, or something like that. The Ember Spirit goes in. TA is able to dodge away that power shot. Tag team comes in with a shackle shot, holds him down. And with the full fury of Pandava Lima are here to take Stoic out too. With one sleight of fist, they're able to find that Tusk. And with so many of these heroes here, they should be able to find this tier 1 tower. It is going to possibly be a trade. There's a catapult available on for the Radiant side too, as the Wind Ranger comes back over on that mid side. But I don't think you can take away the pressure from this tower. Oh, turns out he can. He just wind runs away with the creep wave, and that tower should take out that catapult. So in the end, it will not be a trade. It will just be Pandava Lima acquiring a bot lane tier 1 tower for free. Not exactly for free. They of course suffer a bit of pressure, a bit of damage on their own tier 1 on that mid lane. Is down to less than 50% of its HP, while the Radiant tower, Krish's tower, is plenty healthy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ember Spirit is able to find GZ. And I mean, the Garsens are getting kind of run over here when we take a look at the net worth, and we should have taken a look at it much earlier. It's 5,500 for the Templar Assassin. Krish is going to melt. Trying to get to that Witchblade, carrying around a recipe. But all he is finding is a recipe for disaster on Karstens. They are unable to mount up any significant pressure around this map. And it's just the side of Pandava Lima who are honestly rolling over Karstens right now. Sure, the Templar Assassin is at the very top, right alongside that Ember Spirit, so you will have that power spike coming in, you will have that Desolator, and I don't think they're in a desperate situation right now. I think Karstens, honestly, sure, they're bleeding heroes, they're losing their lives, but you have to consider the power spikes that they will actually have. Their supports are level 6, the same as the Dire supports on Pandava Lima. But when this Witchblade comes up and when the Desolator comes up, including the next set of items for the Blink, like the Blink Dagger for both the Puck as well as the TA, that is going to be the big point of contest. That is going to be when they are likely to be stronger than Pandava Lima. It's just a question of how much can Pandava Lima get done with their own Blink Dagger as they see their TA. They set their eyes upon that Templar Assassin. Solar Guardian is going to come in, but they are unable to protect DNZ. Krish will come in, uses that 3-man Dream Coil as well as the Waning Rift with the axe. He's dropped down a Berserker's Call. It's now Krish in trouble as the Ember Spirit has the Searing Chains on Krish, who rotates away and backs off. Meanwhile, they take out the axe. Jay-Z again missing that blast off. Ember Spirit seems plenty healthy, has that Soul Rip coming in, but slowed down by both the Trap as well as that Celestial Hammer, will lose his Wicked 6 streak. It's the Undying trying to make his way out. Ice Shards are going to come back. Is Stoic going to land them? He will. And they should be able to take out that Undying too. A Shackle Shot though found by the Wind Ranger might just save the Undying's life as he seeks to turn this fight around. And it will be Stoic who will lose his life. Pretty extended team fight. They actually end the team fight in the same spot where they started the team fight. I call that a closed chapter in my book. I don't write many books. Oh, GZ this time around, he finds a great blast off. Unfortunately, he has just given up his life for it. A blast off for that, you know, if GZ thinks that's worth it, I think that's worth it. Objectively, though, that might not be worth it. You know, you lose your tier 1 tower. You get a great blast off though. You can make a reel out of that. But that's pretty much all you can do with that. It is worth mentioning that while all of that was happening, and sure, when the Templar Assassin did die, he was the first one to actually die. He came back and just continued to farm, and now he has these big juicy ancient cap that is stacked for him with that Desolator. Should be able to take it out, and is very close to his Blink Dagger. It's not as if Pandava Lima have been able to disable this Templar Assassin in terms of how much he's able to farm. He still has as much as a TA normally has. In fact, maybe even a bit more. 8,500 on his net worth. 16 minutes in, has that Blink Dagger as well. Right, that is something to mention. Desolator plus a Blink Dagger up for DNZ. And I would say that Karstens are not in that bad of a position. Panava Lima, they might have the Maelstrom, and Monza may just be able to make a Mjolnir very soon. Ember Spirit, 7,500. The Undying is going to be in trouble. Tag team there, Krish with the Witchblade, and again another blink dagger on the horizon. And dare I say it, even with the Ember Spirit, who is just rotating around the map, finding these kills, has that Spirit Rustle. The Axe has his own blink dagger and is going for that blade mail. Should have it pretty soon. I don't think that Panava Lima are ahead. Despite that scoreline, I actually think that Carstens are in the more dominant position. They have that Desolator Blink that they've revealed to the other side, so that one is going to be a bit of a mistake. Even Krish reveals his Blink Dagger. So Panava Lima are unlikely to be caught unaware of the fact that there is that instant jump potential available from Carstens. Or at least they shouldn't be surprised by that. Unless they're just not looking at the items of the other team. In which case, it's okay to be surprised. Sometimes you know, there are people who like surprises. I don't judge. I don't like surprises though. Especially the surprise of a Templar Assassin jumping on you with the Malstrike. That surprise is something I would like to avoid if I was Panava Lima. The Axe, he goes in. The puck is going to go out. Krish is dead. And the puck is unlikely to survive those kinds of initiations. The Wind Ranger thrown up into the air with the Walrus Punch. Snowball is enough to take him out. And DNZ lays in the damage. Solar Guardian is going to come in as Carstens lay the perfect trap. And Panava Lima fall for it. It's Stuis as well who is going to die. 4 heroes dead for just the one death of Krish. Voice lines coming out, tips coming out, but in the end, make no mistake about it, it is Carstens now with the 2,000 advantage. It is Carstens who did execute a successful bait towards Panava Lima and now have 6 Desolator charges, have that Dragonlance built up for DNZ. And he is much further ahead than any of the cores from Panava Lima. Lone Druid may have that Mjolnir, is building up to that Aghanim Scepter, but... Oh, Monza, he got slowed down. Harpooned by the Dawnbreaker. Stoic is coming in, has that Walrus Punch, and DNZ with the Maelstrike might just be able to take out that bear. The Berserker's Call does provide a bit of protection for Monza, as it's now Emptiness in trouble. They seem to have turned it around, with the rest of Carstens also coming flying in. The Lone Druid has lost its life. The Templar Assassin hoping to build up that front line, holding the keep it all together, but will be shackled by the Wind Ranger. In the end, Panava Lima are able to cross that barrier, and in fact are able to find that Berserker's Call to take out Krish. Carstens, they will lose the 3. They do find a Spirit Bear, so I consider that a hero kill at this point. Gives about 350 gold, that is enough. But they lost about 2,000 gold in that exchange. As they want to go for the Spirit Bear again, but the Savage Roar, it comes out. Interesting that the Savage Roar is not the Beastmaster's Roar, right? The Spirit Bear has a Savage Roar. The Beastmaster, who is a meta hero, who is a strong hero, only has a plain roar. Oh, GZ? Not too sure if that should be his position. You know, kind of seems really deep. Kind of seems like he should be perhaps a bit further back. But I think what he was expecting, surely he was expecting them to be in this Tormentor position. And so he was trying to build up some vision for that, some forward control, but that is not going to be possible. Tormentor picked up, Gale Force acquired, but Stoic, he goes in with the Walrus Punch. The Maelstrike fails to land as the Wind Run came out. Solar Guardian now going to come in. It's in a great position. Pandava Lima are isolated. It's their heroes separated, but it's Suis who will go on forward. Stoic will drop. Krish has to disengage. And the Solar Guardian, the Dawnbreaker, Emptiness, he makes it out with that teleport. Not that bad, but it is a 1-for-1 exchange. They also find an Observer Ward. GZ is able to D-Ward. Was he able to find 2? He does. He finds 2. He finds around 390, more than 390 gold. 395, 393 gold, in fact. 2 observers back to back. Also gets experience. That's almost as much as the hero kill itself. You know, GZ is level 11. 22-minute mark, not that bad. Considering, you know, all of this is considering the bad start they had. The horrible start they had. One of the worst starts that Garcens have had this entire game. Or entire tournament. And Pandava Lima are no strangers to having phenomenal starts. They did this to Direborn. That game number 2 against Direborn, this was the kind of start they had, just coming out with kills left, right, and center, putting pressure on Direborn as they are on Carstens right now. And it does seem to come out once in a while where Pandava Lima show significant effort or significant prowess in that early game capacity. That is the strength of Southeast Asian teams in general. Right now, though, GZ and Stoic are stuck. Krish is also kind of stuck here. I don't think Krish can make his way out. Has a Blink Dagger, uses the Illusory Orb. They will chase in after him. One Sleight of Fist will be enough. There is a Remnant available, but the Ember Spirit Suis will not go for it. Krish will just escape. Able to make it out. Ooh. Oh, that's perfect. Krish finds that Dream Call and they come in with a Solar Guardian. Instantaneous initiation coming in from Garcens as they head straight for the Roche Pit. There is the Axis Berserker's Call, but there's an Arcane Rune up for Krish. His Dream Call back up in 60 seconds. By the time the Ember makes his way to try and contest this, there's going to be yet another Dream Call waiting for him. And I don't think the Axe is going to try and contest this, as it should be a free Roshan for Carstens. They will have the advantage once this Aegis drops to the deck, and it's picked up by DNZ. Lone Druid is actually doing a pretty good job at making sure that, you know, they're not too far behind. But the rest of their cores, I mean, they are maintaining their net worth in comparison to the Dawnbreaker and to the Puck. Both the Ember and the Axe aren't that far behind, and the Wind Ranger has certainly plenty of farm. I think Jarim, right? The Wind Ranger is in a very good position, I would say. Lone Druid dishing out the right clicks, but the Walrus Punch comes out. Snowball will take out that bear.
Dire are scanning.
Axe. He goes in with the Berserker's Call. Snowball save is there though. However, Pandava Lima have 5 heroes in this position, and this Templar Assassin, DNC, is going to be overwhelmed. They need to come in. GZ is there with the blast off, but is he going to go in? Solar Guardian is going to come down against another Berserker's Call. GZ goes in with a 3-man blast off. Where is Krish? He needs to come in. Starts off with a 2-man Dream Call, takes out the Axe. But they've lost their TA, they've lost their carry. GZ next up on the menu. It's a Starbreaker on that bear as it falls. But the Ember continues to go on forward. Snowball save once again coming out by Stoic. It is Pandava Lima who are so low, but Karstens are even lower. Stoic will be the last casualty in this fight as Krish seeks to be the difference maker, will take out that Undying, but now with the Spirit Vessel burn on him, he has played too close to the fire. Suis will end up with a triple kill. 4,000 of a lead now for Pandava Lima, and DNZ walked right into that one underneath an Observer Ward. He is going to get severely punished for it, loses his Aegis, a bungled play by Karstens as they fail to recognize Pandava Lima and their forward positions.
Top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Axe disconnected, but he will reconnect into the game. The SRY comes out. Surreal, yes. I'm just getting it means sorry. Good to see Etiquette coming out from both teams. Grish, though, he is significantly behind right now. And the Wind Ranger, for some reason, he's a core. Jaren will have an entire Scythe of Weiss by the time that this heads to the 35 to 37 minute mark. Isn't that far off from it. I mean, he has the most expensive component, the Mystic Staff. Just needs about 600 gold, or rather even 500 gold for that Tiara of Selemene. And Scythe of Weiss will be built up after 700 gold. So I don't see how Krish is going to survive. I don't see how the Templar Assassin will survive. I don't see how anyone will actually live once this Wind Ranger has that Scythe of Weiss. He has turned out to be one of the most important heroes for Pandava Lima, not just in this game, but also against a series when they were playing against Direborn. Jarem has had a fantastic run with his team, and he has continued to impress me as Pandava Lima continues their tournament run.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Shadowblade up for that Spirit Bear. There's a Walrus Punch, but the Axe, he goes in. Now it's just a Berserker's Call on that Tusk, but turns out to be enough. Stoic does die. Emptiness goes in towards that Axe as DNZ goes all in. Mlosov comes out, but Pandava Lima, they are healthy. GZ's remote mines deal plenty of damage, though as Krish, he went in, but gets stunned. Once again, the Ember ends up with a double kill, and Pandava Lima, they drop low, but not low enough. That is going to be the full Scythe of Weiss for Jarem. And Leon, he has the Aghanim Shard save that he just displayed. Whoever does get jumped is still going to survive. And now Pandava Lima, they have the advantage. They have a 9,000 net worth advantage in this game. It's turning out to be quite the successful game for them.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Axe likes this very much.
Oh, Solar Guardian to protect Krish as Monza, his Spirit Bear, was chasing in after him, and this is gonna happen again and again as it now is in possession. Monza's Spirit Bear with a Silver Edge. This is the item that has tilted many a pro players. This is the item that has made Ahmed GG out of Dream League. As it continues to wreak havoc across tier 1, across tier 2, across tier 3. This Spirit Bear. You now have that Scythe of Wise finally built up for Jerem, so these initiations by Krish, these counterplays by Krish, I don't think they're gonna work out so well, as Krish is going to be able to survive, does jaunt away, and they will manage to find that Spirit Bear. I do think they have enough damage for him. Dust activated by GZ. Stoic almost dies. But they do find the Spirit Bear, instantly resummoned though, as it's back now heading towards that mid side. A 3 or 4 man smoke comes out. As they go for the Spirit Bear again, it was just resummoned, so if they're able to take it down, this could be massive. Ice Shard to hold them back, but they come in. Axe goes in with the Berserker's Call. DNC is simply going to melt. Has no BKB available. GZ will die. Stoic will die, and it's emptiness. Again, trying to find his teleport out, but there is the reveal by Jeff for Jerem's Scythe of Wise. They will hold back the Dawnbreaker as he does apply some damage. Can he take this axe out? No. Olivie will just come in with a tombstone save. Krish unable to find anything apart from a Wind Ranger. And now with the Berserker's Call planted down on Krish, this will be a full team wipe by Pandava. Lima. Axe will end up with a triple kill. Leon on a dominating streak. All that for a Spirit Bear, as Garcens are sure to ban out that Lone Druid next time around. I think that the Lone Druid does not belong in Captain's mode. I think the Lone Druid is I don't know. I have very mixed feelings about the Lone Druid as a hero. Like, the Spirit Bear just seems too strong of a unit to actually have. There's no equivalence, there's no comparison between the Spirit Bear and any other unit in the game. Right? That's the thing. It also comes with zero risk ratio. Like, what's the risk with the Spirit Bear charging in towards the other side, roaming around the map? Even if it gets caught, you give what? At 35 to 40 minutes of the game, you give 350 gold? That's nothing. That's a creep wave. That's 5 seconds of time for the Templar Assassin. Or Krish, or any of these other cores. You know, the risk for someone else, the risk for a hero doing that is that you give away way more gold and then you're going to be down for about a minute or so. But the Lone Druid doesn't have that same kind of risk. The Lone Druid just resummons the bear. So, I mean, we'll see.
Scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Walrus punch once again by Stoic. They want to take out Olivie from the very get-go. Solar Guardian is going to come down, but Olivie, he is going to fall. Ceaseless Dirge is going to activate, so he's right back into it. DNZ has gone down. Not a worth it exchange for Karsenz at all. Krish, inside of the phase shift, will be able to jaunt away. No, he can't. Leon will intercept. Take out that puck. As it's now going to be Jeezy stuck in a corner, called down by the axe. Pandava Lima now with 3 heroes having taken out 3 heroes, they will now head for that high ground. Having found an easy opening, Emptiness activates his BKB but rooted down. The Ember Spirit also comes in, but Emptiness should be able to make it back to his fountain. Stoic, no Walrus kick available, can't take someone into the fountain. Unfortunate, but he is a support, of course. And unlike the Wind Ranger, who's had a fantastic game, Karsenz's supports have not. Karsenz's cores have not. Templar Assassin was the only one who was getting something, but now it's 5,000 net worth behind that Lone Druid. And it doesn't really feel like this game is going to... We're going to have a comeback in this game. It kind of looks like Karsenz have just lost this one and will have to go back to the drawing board. Perhaps they're already thinking about what they need to do differently. And I imagine one of the things that is on their mind is just making sure the Lone Druid doesn't make its entry into that second game, or that you pick it up yourself. One of the two. Snowball comes in. Tusk is going to be taken out. Solar Guardian comes down too. And Emptiness will back away. Krish, 2-man Dream Call over on that backline. The Wind Ranger might actually die. No, once again, Olivie comes in with the Tombstone save, keeping his support going. And now Pandava Lima, they will push back at Karsenz. It's Jeezy who will lose his life. Monza Spirit Bear is continuing to chase on forward with Stoic. Shackle shot it down. Sent up into the air with his own use, and unlikely to live in this position. It's also Krish who is in trouble. Will have that illusory orb, jaunts away, but they chase in after him. Shackle shot thrown out, and even though it doesn't land, Krish doesn't really have anywhere to go. Hexed up as soon as he phase shifts, or rather, blinks away. Wind Ranger at the perfect crossroads. It's also going to be Jeezy. Blast off away. He bobbed back into this, but is unlikely to change the dynamic or the fate of Karsenz in this fight. They will lose 4 of their heroes, actually several times over, and they will also give up Roshan, the second Roshan of the game. They're down 2 lanes of barracks. It's a 27,000 disadvantage, 40 minutes in, and it doesn't seem like they're going to be able to defend. They might as well save the momentum, save the mentals, and just go for a game number 2, but unlikely that they will tap out. They aren't a team that give up super easily. They will most likely attempt to still take one more team fight, but that is all they'll be able to get, right? It's, I do think that we're now at the stage where you're going to look for a Hail Mary play, and if you're not able to get it done, you instantly tap out. That's pretty much where we are at right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Butterfly available for the Spirit Bear.
Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Stoic goes in with the wall response, but Monza's bear doesn't care. Even if you take out the bear once, he still has that resummon. Free of cost buyback, essentially, right? That is what it is. As mega creeps have been acquired, they will go for Monza's Spirit Bear. They will be able to take it out as a Berserker's Call comes in in response. Emptiness hex down, but they will not really make a play. Pandava Lima have acquired what they wanted. They found the mega creeps and will just go back. And now will likely execute in a surprise initiation from one of the 3 lanes they have access to. Monza sent up into the air. Solar Guardian is going to be coming down as Emptiness. He has whiffed that one. It's a Berserker's Call on Stoic and Pandava Lima. They have the Shackle Shot. They have the Disables. They will be able to take him down. Krish throws out a 2-man Dream Coil, and again, Olive with the save. Monza Spirit Bear takes out Jeezy and also takes out the Puck. Corsans only have 2 heroes remaining in this position. A Shackle Shot on Emptiness, he'll die. Calling Blade on DNZ, and GG will be the call. Corsans lose game number 1, and Pandava Lima secure it in spectacular fashion.
Dire victory.
This is what Pandava Lima did to Direborn. This is the early game potential available from Pandava Lima, but the question is, how will they perform when they are the ones behind? Right, that has always been the Achilles heel for many Southeast Asian teams. That is something that perhaps Pandava Lima are not that strong with, as I've witnessed it in this tournament run so far and earlier iterations of Southeast Asian tournaments where Pandava Lima has competed in. But it's we'll have to see. Maybe they won't be behind, right? There's always the possibility that Pandava Lima are going to have that consistent performance coming in by their supports, and maybe Corsans are going to have a run for their money, right? But unlikely to have that Spirit Bear come out once more. So what is Pandava Lima? What kind of tricks do they have up their sleeve? What kind of other carries do they have that are strong and not just relying on a broken carry? But at the end of the day, they did play the game much better, right? They found the pickoffs, they found Krish multiple times, they found the right way to take those team fights, despite some of the earlier team fights not really working out for them. But without further ado, guys, we'll be heading to a short break before we find out who is going to take this series. Is it going to be Pandava Lima who will sweep Corsans under the rug, or is it Corsans who will take Pandava Lima to a game number 3? We will be right back with Crin Station to find out the answers to those questions. This is your host, Doltrus, and I hope that you will stay tuned. Hey guys, welcome to the Green Station Lunar Horse Trophy Season number 8, Pandava Lima versus Carstens, who are going to be going at it for that game number 2. And I would add that Pandava Lima, I mean, they had the early game in the bag. Like, that was a fantastic performance coming in by Pandava Lima. Carstens, they haven't banned out that lone druid. It is ironically Pandava Lima who did ban it out, right? You should be afraid of the other side picking up a lone druid after what Pandava Lima just did with their own spirit bear coming in from Monza. Carstens, though, they do have an Enigma in their side as well as the Ancient Apparition, so maybe we will see some wombo combo coming out with the Black Hole as well as the Ice Blast, and then they have some fire added in with the Ice, Laguna Blade, and not to mention the Light Strike Array that can be comboed up within that Black Hole. And including the cogs. So they certainly have a lot of synergy with the Black Hole, but Pandava Lima, they don't necessarily have to play in a way that they get hit or struck by that Black Hole. They have two backlines supports with the Disruptor and the Snapfire. They have the Necrophos who can be on that front line, and the Mars with the Spear that can ideally cancel out that Black Hole very easily. Now for Pandava Lima, this should be a Necro carry, so I do wonder who they'll play on that mid lane. As Carstens, they're not sure whether the Snapfire is on the mid side or not, as they make sure to ban out that Rubik because of that Enigma. But if I was Pandava Lima, I would think that, well, the puck's not available in the pool. Carstens, they have the Void banned against them as well as the Lifestealer. Both of those two heroes are great against the arena. Lifestealer not that good against the Necrophos, though. You can't just get hit by the Scythe when you're outside of the Rage. But it's also going to be a struggle for Carstens to keep this Lina alive. The one Death Seeker coming in from the Necrophos, and the Reaper Scythe on the Lina, he is going to die. As Carstens, they pick up the Shadow Fiend, and it does seem like a pretty good, I would say, pick in this scenario. You know, just have the right clicks down. Not to mention the Yashakaya build in this game, not that bad with the Enigma's Black Hole, but you don't want to put all of your chips in one basket, or rather all of your eggs in one basket. Chips, eggs, don't want to put anything in that one basket, right? You want to have multiple baskets and assorted into different depending on your assortment of things. Pandava Lima, they see the entire lineup of Carstens. What are they going to be picking up for their own team? That is going to be the big question.
Sniper. Choose your hero. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
microphone sometimes stops working, but I have reconnected it and it works. So as I was saying, Pendava Lima, they go for the sniper on their lineup. And I mean, it's a decent sniper pick, but I'm just wondering why they went for the sniper in the first place. Is it because of the Lina? Are they afraid of Krish on that mid lane? I would be too, but it doesn't seem like it's a super fantastic pick. Now, what it clearly suggests is that they might actually be afraid of that black hole, maybe a little bit. As I will
Prepare
tune
for
in the logos, they have to be switched around, so you'll have to give me a moment to do that. There we go, the logos are also in. I do think that this mid lane pick, this sniper, you do have the frontline potential coming in by that Necro, as well as the Mars. You have that backline support, and then you have a mid lane or a mid range right
30
clicker.
seconds to battle.
Oh, good use of the Smoke of Deceit. So they might actually think on Karstens that there's an observer ward on that part of the map, even though there isn't. So now you can place an observer ward on the mid lane right next to their observer ward as Azor gets his smoke broken. It is Stoic who is going to be slowed down with that blood grenade. Shield crash, or rather the rebuke, will also land, and it's going to be a glimpse skilled up by the disruptor just to be able to secure the kill. They should give it to a core, and it will be Monza who will secure it. So pretty good exchange, I would say, for them. The only downside is that you now have a glimpse on the disruptor, so he won't have that thunder strike to secure the range creep with. He won't have the harass tool available, and Stoic is coming in. Cold feed is not there, so Monza will just teleport back into his lane, takes in a bit of right click damage, but not really too significant. I think Monza's pretty much going to be fine there. Playing into an Enigma and a Clockwork. It's not as if the Necrophos is under threat of much here. He has that Ghost Shroud, so at the very least he can just escape, but Jeezy will land the cogs, at least a few, and he knows that there is no Thunder Strike by this Disruptor, so you can play aggressive for this level 1 mark if you want to. Are they going to do that? That's something entirely different. At the end of the day, you're still going to take in the right click damage as Monza. I mean, speaking of right click damage, he takes quite a bit. It is... also the fact that this bot lane is hard to get much done in. Right, if you're Karstens, as although GZ he goes in, Malefist drop down on Monza. He does use that Ghost Shroud and has the magic wand, does take in damage as GZ won't be able to get that last right click, and in fact GZ is going to be glimpsed back. A few lost right clicks would do the trick as GZ, he is going to fall in emptiness. He might not be able to get this kill, does have that Malefist, so will be able to find it, but over on that top side, Leon took down that Shadow Fiend. So Karstens, they do lose the 2 for just the 1 they're able to find. Leon misses his spear, and with the SF coming back into the lane, he'll find that 1 raise. Stoic just needs 1 more of his little freezes, but in fact, he's gonna get hit by the rebuke, as it will be a trade. I think the Shadow Fiend should be able to find the kill on the Snapfire. It is a 1-for-1, but only after the Shadow Fiend did actually, in fact, die. So it is 4-for-2 as far as the kill feed is concerned, and it's a pretty back and forth lane as far as the top side is. As far as the top side goes, Snapfire plus a Mars, great combo. It's one of the classical combinations, right? Snapfire plus a Mars, Hoodwink plus a Mars. You have a setup for your spells, which goes both ways. The Snapfire can set up for the Mars, and the Mars can set up for the Snapfire. That is what makes this lane so incredibly dangerous for Carstens. But they do have plenty of damage, as Rim did die over on that bot side. Leon is going to spear back the Shadow Fiend, but needs to be careful. There is a triple raise available for DNZ, and that is why the Mars will, in fact, just get back. Mars? Takes in quite a bit of damage. Ooh, almost was raised down. Will survive, I imagine. Emptiness. Thunderstrike is on him. I don't think he's gonna die. GZ, though, he will find a fair bit of pushback with his cogs. We haven't really taken a look at that mid lane, as it's really, I mean, there's not too much to look at. It's a sniper versus the Lina. Both heroes with high amount of attack range, so that means neither hero is actually going to close any kind of gap. It is Jarim who does find the Observer Ward, so at the very least, they do have an advantage for the incoming power rune, but Chris should just bring in an Observer Ward from his own side. Monza gets taken out over on that bot lane. This is less than ideal for Pandava Lima, as the Necrophos really shouldn't be dying here, but I mean, he does, so that's kind of whatever. Oh, Snapfire finds a kill on Krish.
Let's bring back up.
The mid kill being a big one, I think, as it's, you know, Krish has had phenomenal performances throughout the tournament, but this day has not been his. This day, he just yesterday, he found solo kills on that mid lane. Today, he seems to be struggling. Now, he is getting, you know, ganked over on that mid side, so there is definitely that aspect. Ancient Apparition plus the Shadow Fiend making a rotation towards that bot lane, as GZ gets chased down here. We'll have the cogs in about 3 seconds, so it might just be the Disruptor in trouble. Blood Grenade is sent out. GZ likely to fall here with that one last Thunderstrike coming in, and both Stoic as well as DNZ might just go back, as DNZ has already made his way back. GZ's death disables any kind of a situation build up there, and so pretty much even Steven. Last hits from the sniper is Azure is quite impressive. As far as his last hits are concerned, he has 18 denies on that mid side, 36 CS compared to Krish's 27. Picks up an illusion rune too,
Radiant structures are fortified.
and should just look to apply as much damage on this tower as you can with your illusions. Drops down that shrapnel to make quick work of that creep wave. But Monza is struggling. He has already died over here, and they look to make a play on Krish once more. Scatterblast comes in. Krish will not get hit by the cookie though. Might just survive. The Assassinate has no more mana. Burnt away by the cogs coming in from GZ, so very well done by that Clockwork. And again, bot lane, DNZ is here as well to take this tower out, and they should be able to find it. Again, this was the exact same scenario that happened last game, except the roles are reversed.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Azure wants to be able to take this tower down, but it is low, but not low enough for Azure to stick with his little rifle. 3,300 net worth in for the Shadow Fiend, 3,200 for the Enigma,
Radiant's bottom tower
and
is under attack.
Observer Ward gets taken out. Ooh. Oh, DNZ, he falls for the second time. He's still at the very top of the net worth chart. Again, like the Templar Assassin, he has a lot of farm 46 CS. He also had 2 kills, so I'm sure that also plays a part in it. But not that good of an exchange around the map. I would say that Pandava Lima are in a decent position. Not that great, though. As the Shadow Fiend teleports back in, DNZ saw the Snapfire. And Jarim should get back over here. He doesn't want to be stuck in between of a Clockwork and a Shadow Fiend. And he will be able to find his way out. You have an arena, but it's on cooldown right now for about 50 seconds. So you need to wait for that one. And the one hero that does need to recover is Monza, right? Absolute terrible lane. He's had the Enigma and, you know, Emptiness and GZ shut him down completely. And it's going to be a very slow journey to his recovery. He wants to get to that Radiance, but this will be a very late Radiance for the Necrophos. And if you can get it by that 15 to 16 minute mark, it's still okay. But it doesn't seem like he'll have it by that timing. Right, he's level 5 compared to a level 7 Enigma as Azor takes out GZ. And you do have 2 carries in this game for Pandava Lima. I think the same can be said for Karstens. They have the Lina.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mars is here. Snapfire is here too. And I don't think... Yeah, I don't think they're going anywhere. But it's all 3 heroes, nearly all 3 heroes from Karstens who are at the top of the net worth chart. Right, so they're in a fantastic position. There's not too many kills happening around the board. And it is partly because Pandava Lima did not go for those flashy pick-off oriented heroes, right? They've gone for a farming game. Outside of their offlane still has a lot of skill potential. But mid lane sniper, you're going to be farming. Necrophos in the most of the early to mid game, you're going to be farming away. Right, so it's not as if they have too many options to make a move. Karstens do, though. They have a Lina with a Laguna Blade. They have the Ice Blast, which is going to be thrown out, but it's unfortunately not going to do anything. Arena committed to try and get the kill, and they will be able to find it. However, it will still be a return kill found by... Oh, Requiem. It gets sent out. Teleport is there in time. Mars is not going to be disabled from it, but it's a Static Storm as well as the Sniper with the right clicks, and they're able to find the kill on Krish. He tried to come in to assist the Shadow Fiend in a kill or two, but unable to do more than just get the kill exchange on Jarim. As bot lane, they are on the hunt for the Necrophos. He's just unfortunately, for Karstens, not there. Monza is farming up in the jungle while the Sniper is on that top side applying pressure towards your tier 1 tower. And if you're GZ on the Clockwork, you should be here to back up your team. You shouldn't be there on that bot lane. What are you doing there? Like, no one's coming. And he's just standing still, hoping for someone to show up so he can make a play.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Spear is going to be sent back as... Ooh, Gay Stoic will fall. Krish, he is going to be sent back with that glimpse.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They also find the glimpse on GZ, who manages or misses his hook shot. I thought he would have actually found it there, but maybe the Enigma moved away. The towers have been equalized. The mid lane tower is particularly healthy for... And the top lane tower is quite healthy for Pandava Lima, but for Karstens, that bot lane tower hasn't taken a single point of damage. or actually has taken in 6 points of damage. But the mid lane tower is very low on Karsen's side, and it should be broken through by the sniper, who doesn't have the Dragonlance, but still has enough range to poke that tower without getting hit back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Ooh, Necrophos takes out Jeezy. As the black hole is going to be committed on Leon, Mortimers start to fly out, but it's not going to help their Mars. Emptiness even sends out a tip. Money and bones sent out in response. But it's money for the Enigma and bones in place of the Mars. Ooh, Snapfire gets taken out by Jeezy. Shadowfiend has the Yashakaya and isn't looking for a Blink Dagger quite just yet. DNC should ideally get that one. Emptiness has his own Blink Dagger as well as a Spirit Vessel, so didn't really go for the Drums of Endurance that I thought he would. Pairs up really nicely with the Tranquil Boots movement speed, and then you can also build up a Boots of Bearing after that, so might have been the right item to go for. But you have the Blink Dagger up for Leon. Azor is also there with the Maelstrom. They cast that Shadowfiend. They missed the spear though. Requiem will be sent out in response. Ice Blast is going to come in, and it will be the Mars who will lose his life. DNZ will still drop, but that was a big mistake being committed by Leon. It's a Reaper Scythe drop down on Stoic. He will be the second casualty as Mortimers fly out towards Jeezy. Sniper will be able to hold his position as you also don't lose anyone else. Eidolons won't be able to take out Olivie, as he should be okay here. Fire Snap Cookie will make sure of that. And where was Krish? Okay, Krish, he's right here in front of us. Krish trying to find the kill, but unfortunately he only found the kill on Olivie and wasn't able to take down the Snapfire. And that means he gave his life up for nothing, essentially. Krish, a bit too late to the party. It was already over. Everyone has gone home. And that means it's a 4 for 2. Just not good enough. Again, for Karsen's lineup, they gave away way too much of the Necrophos, who was completely disabled, but now he's right back. 15-minute radiance isn't that bad for the Necrophos, considering the kind of game he's had. It's not even that late, considering an overall normal game of Dota, right? Ideal is obviously that 13-minute mark that you want to target, but 15 minutes? Hey, you're going to be able to make up for it if you get 2,000 gold right at the back of, of getting that radiance eventually. So, level 12 hit by the Necrophos, he's going to be able to farm up that Ancient Camp, accelerate his farm with this radiance. And this is now troublesome for the side of Karsen's. They need to find better team fights if they are going to pick these team fight oriented heroes. Observer Ward placed down by Jaren immediately gets taken out. Black Hole is going to be wasted as Emptiness gets glimpsed out of the arena. blunders being committed by Pandava Lima. However, they keep all of their heroes alive, so who am I to say that was a mistake? It might even in fact be a kill on Jeezy as the Reaper Scythe comes out by Monza. And that is a kill in the end. A save is a save, regardless of how you achieve it, or even if it looks shaky towards the start. Krish is waiting for Olivie, who walks on forward, but somehow Olivie is able to drop down that Static Storm. Necro will come in with the Ghost Shroud, and Krish will lose his life. He should have immediately stunned down that Disruptor. Stoic also to get assassinated. The Heart Stopper aura is burning him down, but somehow Stoic has made a Blink Dagger on an Ancient Apparition. This is what a lot of teams go for when they do pick an AA. I would say it's a very rare of a pick, so we don't get to see what the meta pick, itemization for the AA is. But essentially, you want to go for the shotgun Ice Blast, right? You don't want to play that long range Ice Blast sitting in the base, throwing out your Ice Blast for the maximum AoE. You don't need that. You just need to blink in, pop the Ice Blast in shotgun range, close range, and just make sure you land it on 1 or 2 heroes, and you're pretty much good. And in this game, you have that Black Hole, you have the Light Strike Array, you have the Requiem. Corsens aren't using that, right? they're unable to actually commit to those kinds of plays, but that's the idea behind their lineup. That's the idea behind these hero picks. Execution, or rather intention and successful execution, are two very different things in the game of Dota, as often at times things go very wrong, as they have for Corsens quite a few times in this game, but they're not that far behind, right? They might be able to find something, as Krish, hunting with the Aghanim Scepter, also has the Arcane Rune. So if he pops the Arcane, uses the Laguna Blade, it's only going to be barely a 30-second cooldown, maybe even less, but I mean 30 is good enough. Leon goes in with the Spear. They have the Scatter Blast. Krish is now stuck inside of the arena, inside of the Static Storm. There are no right clicks coming in towards Krish though, so he might just be able to walk away. Light Strike Array will miss as he gets glimpsed back, Spear back, and Scythed down. He's still alive, but Azure will assassinate him, make sure that he dies. It is Corsens once again who lose the 2, aren't able to find anything in response, and their Shadow Fiend is not here. He doesn't even have that Blink Dagger, has made his BKB though.
Tower is under attack.
So I suppose DNZ will at the very least be able to fight back, even if he doesn't fight hard. You can have a guaranteed Requiem out though. I suppose it's a good thing. Azure though is a pure right click build on the Sniper, and the Necrophos is killing hard as well, so I'm not too sure about what Corsens will have as far as their moves are concerned. Krish is slow on his reactions in this game. Maybe the Lina isn't just his type of hero, but and the bar that I hold for Krish, right? The expectations that I hold for Krish are much higher than his performance in this game right now. Is the thing. It's not that he's playing bad, it's just that he could be playing much better compared to his potential, compared to what he showed us, like quite literally just yesterday. Maybe it's just a bad day, maybe it's just one of those days, and that's okay. You've secured your playoff, so okay, Stoic. It's also Leon who engages upon Krish towards that backline. Olivie has that Static Storm, is holding it for now. DNZ is just getting right click down by Azure. Everyone is really. Jeezy able to dish out the right clicks, might be able to take out Azure is able to take out Jeezy. DNZ is waiting in for the Requiem, throws it out. As they are waiting, Mortimers will fly out as DNZ is just out of here. So is Krish, so is Emptiness. All 3 cores from Corsens disengage after losing both supports, and they will give up the Tormentor. It is a very good Tormentor game, regardless of who it goes on, either Olivie or Jaren, who really cares. Fire Slam Cookie upgrade, Glimpse upgrade, or rather Thunderstrike upgrade. Or no, actually, it's a Kinetic Fence upgrade.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, I suppose. Krish? on the hunt again. I don't think. Okay, that nice trickery was. I don't even know. He's gonna get glimpsed back. Although GZ found the perfect disruption, unfortunately, Monza has his sight. Will just take out Krish as the hits start to fly out from the sniper. Mars also able to pick up the kill on GZ as the ancient apparition blinks away. And if Krish is having this kind of a game, I'm not sure what the chances are for Carstens to be able to mount up the win.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Roshan is going to fall. Shadow Fiend has that Blink Dagger. Ice Blast gets sent out. Roshan has fallen down. Stoic, also the one in trouble. I mean, Assassinate comes out, takes away most of his life here. 5,000 of a lead now. Aegis in their hands. Pandava Lima, this is their game to win, and by extension also their game to lose. Frankly, it's
Dire's top tower is under
you
attack.
do have a Blink Dagger up for DNZ. I just don't know where the comeback is gonna come from if Krish isn't able to plant down those setups. Right, he's not able to get those stuns. So is it supposed to be emptiness with the BKB?
Tower is under
Having that full duration black hole, at least until he doesn't die. Oh, that is the perfect initiation. Fire Snap Cookie on Azor. He will lose his Aegis, and now it's a desperate situation to save your sniper, who is gonna get caught by that black hole. Mortimers fly out as a Static Storm also comes out, but Carstens, they have taken the sniper out. Reaper Scythe by Monza will take out that Shadow Fiend, but in the end, Monza will himself fall. Jeezy on that back line, making sure that a Snapfire doesn't have a perfect way out. It will be the Mars who will also go down. 3 heroes are dead. Krish now charging on forward. Should be able to find the kill on the Snapfire, whose teleport does get disabled. Scatterblast though on Stoic. As Carstens, they do lose 4 heroes. Jarim also blinks away. Krish unable to secure any additional kills, but I would say that is the best fight that Carstens have gotten all game long. It's not even a successful team fight win, because it's only really Krish who gets anything out of that fight. 1300 gold. He got, I believe, the streak on Monza, but the Shadow Fiend only got about 100 gold there and barely any experience. It's not that great. The only thing is, for Pandava Lima, it's pretty bad because you lost your sniper from the very get-go. That was the Aegis in his hands. They thought he'd be pretty safe, so he was on that front line, and they couldn't protect him. And then even the Necrophos didn't really get too much there. But it's also the power spikes for
are scanning.
Pandava Lima, which might put them ahead, right? Sniper, even though he doesn't have the biggest of power spikes right now, you do have Monza with the Heart of Tarask almost at the ready soon. Oh, Jeezy. He's dead. Jeezy is dead.
Fuel for my fire.
Emptiness activates his BKB. I suppose just wanted to guarantee the kill on Olivie, as that means that they won't be able to go forward on Pandava Lima. They'll just have to get back. And I suppose getting back isn't too bad. You have the tier 1 tower to fall back to. You don't have to go way too far back.
Scanning.
Jeezy is used his rocket flare, and I believe they caught a whiff of the clockwork. He does have his cogs, but in the end, it's a simple spear. And now you don't have Jeezy. You still do have that black hole as well as that Requiem. So Carstens, if they find the right initiation at any point in this game, 5,000 of elite is nothing that they can't overcome. I do believe the courier spotted out Krish. Leon, he goes in with the arena. Krish now in trouble. Emptiness will go in for the black hole. It's also going to be the Requiem that gets sent out. Both Azor as well as Leon will lose their lives. But Monza, he wants to continue chasing on forward. It's DNC who gets glimpsed back and is unlikely to make his way out. Hit by the Reaper's scythe and taken out. Still though, I will add that Carstens, they find more in that team fight simply because of how far ahead that sniper is. 2,000 gold going their way, and 1,000 gold once again going in the pockets of Krish. You do need a refresher to scale on this Enigma. I think you need a refresher on the Shadowfiend as well. Like, you may not want to go for the physical damage build at all this game. But what's this? What is this, Olivie? He has an Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. Suddenly, this changes the entire dynamic of the game because this Disruptor is going to be massively impactful. You can prevent the BKB from ever coming out if you're able to land that Static Storm. You can disable everything by yourself. Krish's BKB, Shadowfiend's BKB, disable the Requiem, disable the Black Hole, disable whatever you want at the back of your Static Storm. Even though it is going to be your Snapfire disabled, try to heal him with the Death Seeker as well as the Death Pulse, but they won't be able to. At the very least, they'll be able to find Jeezy as well as Stoic. It is a 2-for-1 exchange, not that bad for Pandava Lima, as Emptiness will disconnect. And we'll have to wait for him to reconnect into the game. And we are waiting now. Waiting for the moment of truce. Or moment of truth. There is moment of truce also makes sense, I will say. But there is no truce to be had in a Dota game. No one is ever going to call a truce in a Dota game. Although I would actually think that adds in a bit of spice, you know, a bit of entertainment factor, enjoyment factor. You know, imagine in a Dota game where the teams decide to call a truce where, you know, no pickoffs for the next 2 minutes, for something like that. No one's going to go Roshan for the first 20 minutes of the game. You know, I think that aspects like that, sure, it's a gray area, but I don't know. Like, I kind of think that you should be able to decide things like that. You know, say both teams are playing a 4 protect 1 strategy, and they want to see who farms better and who wins that late game, right? So you say no pickoffs for the first 10 or 15 minutes. That might be too absurd, right? But in my head, the way that I imagine it, it's like it adds in it develops the meta further. It changes the dynamic. It changes how you approach things. Now, of course, the problem is that opens up the pathway for bad actors to come in and ruin the whole thing, right? That's the real problem with that, and it's an unavoidable problem, which is the reason that it's never going to happen. But I wish that some things like that would, because things like that are only possible in Dota, in a MOBA, right? It's not possible in any other game because, for example, Counter Strike, you kind of have to win the round, right? In Rainbow's Six Heroes, Rainbows in Rainbow Six, right? You kind of have to win the round. In Rocket League, you kind of have to score goals. In MOBA, you have a story that takes place in the duration of a typical of 36 60 minutes, where you have like uh, those kind of stories are very entertaining, and you can do a lot with the story, right? You can design a story. Um, like you already design a story by how you play, right? By how you farm, how you make pickoffs, how you make rotations, how your lanes go, how what items you make, what items you don't make, what spells you don't use, what spells you miss and what spells you land, as we've seen in this game already. The comeback potential, the comebacks that you are able to achieve, how you defend high ground, whether you defend high ground or take a fight outside of the base, go for a risky play, Roshan contest, Aegis steals, all of those are elements of a story in a game of Dota. And I don't know, you can enable it a lot, in my opinion. I don't know, let me know what you guys think as well in the chat. um do you think that that would make it entertaining, or do you think that it's just the potential for it to be abused and exploited is just way too much for it to ever be possible, even if the idea itself behind it is entertaining? And what's this? It's a Karsten sticker. I see a Karsten sticker on the ground planted by Krish. That's very interesting. As we are still waiting.
Money and bones! Money and bones! Money and bones! Money and bones!
And we're still waiting. Hopefully, there isn't too big of an issue. 182 right click damage by the Cena, plus 24 bonus damage coming in. It's not the highest, it's not the lowest either. As
Money and bones! Money and bones!
What weathermancery is this? Oh, that's no good.
I do hope that everything is okay.
Are you okay?
In the sense that there could be a power cut, there could be an internet issue, there could be various reasons why the Enigma isn't back. I've never actually costed the game in which a player hasn't been able to come back. I have seen games where that has happened. I've actually I think I've only seen it once or twice where a game has to be continued 4v5. But this isn't one of those games. You need the black hole. Right, that's their only avenue to actually win a fight, and the Enigma will reconnect. Emptiness is back in the game, and we should be resuming into it. Go call has come out.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower
Dire's
also
structures
in
are
trouble.
fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
What a bounty!
And the Necro at this point is becoming too big to fail. Krish has a Blink Dagger, so does GZ. They have two Blink Daggers made simultaneously. And that is a big power spike. When you have multiple Blink Daggers come out at the same time, it's, you know, the enemy has no way to expect that. And it seems like Pandava Lima are not going to be able to expect what's coming towards them. They are inside the smoke of the seed themselves. Krish picks up the illusion rune. Arena comes out, but the spear has missed. BKB activated by the Mars. Nice Strike Array hasn't landed either, as the Mortimers will push back at Karstens. Glimpse is going to come in towards GZ, who's going to be held in a static field. Assassinate is going to take out that Clockwork. And they should have seen his Blink Dagger. Snapfire sees Krish. Is he gonna blink on forward inside of the triangle? Plants down an observer ward to actually see Stoic, who's just dead. Krish, he goes in, wants to take out that sniper, might be able to find Azor, is able to do it. Black hole comes out by Emptiness. DNC goes in with a Requiem, and Karstens will wipe the floor with Pandava Lima. Snapfire will take out Stoic, but that is damage control, and the damage could not be controlled there. It is the side of Karstens who will find 4 entire heroes. Even if they do have a dieback on that Ancient Apparition, at the end of the day, they only lost their supports. And this is now going to be Karstens who have their way back into this game. Unfortunate for Pandava Lima to get caught on both their Mars as well as their Necrophos. And again, that's the power of the black hole. That is the power of just being able to disable multiple heroes at the same time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Light Strike Array is going to miss, and that means Krish will not be able to get that kill. If he had the Laguna Blade, maybe he could have gotten
Radiant's
that,
middle
but
tower is under attack.
doesn't have the Laguna Blade. I am surprised that the Disruptor did not go for the blink into the
Radiant's
Static Storm.
courier has been killed.
And it just depends on who initiates, right, in this game, because your Static Storm has an upgrade to it, the Aghanim's upgrade. So if you blink in, use the Static Storm before the BKBs come out, the fight is won. But if Emptiness comes out with the Black Hole first and the Requiem that follows, then the fight is done. So whoever initiates first, or whoever gets the proper initiation first, wins. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Dire are scanning.
Stoic. Smokes are gonna break. It's gonna be the Mars who will initiate first. Stoic will die. Has no buyback. A quick and simple kill with the Mars. Almost has his refresher. I believe he almost has it.
Scanning.
No, it's a Scythe of Weiss. Good enough, I suppose.
Dire are scanning.
Don't really need a double arena when you can just find the Scythe of Weiss. Again, instant initiation capacity from both teams is aplenty. As right now, they're using Monza to act as the frontliner. He doesn't have a gem. Who has a gem? No one has a gem. It's just a sentry that they used. They will head on over inside of the Roche pit and it will send out its roar. And that means Carstens realize what's at play here. They need to be able to
From the tempest of battle.
wrap around somehow. Emptiness is going to be up towards him. Emptiness does blink on forward. However, GZ, he will be the first casualty. Krish is stuck. Has no more BKB available. Static Storm has come out as well as the Glimpse and Carstens. They will lose Krish to that Reaper Scythe. Still, the BKBs, DNZ doesn't have it for about 19 seconds. Needs to be super careful. Stoic will be the next casualty. 3 heroes now dead. Emptiness still waiting. Still looking. Probing for a potential black hole play. But it is impossible in this scenario. He'll just have to get back. He'll have to accept reality. And we will be there waiting for him to accept reality. Emptiness. On the move. Towards Roshan. There's the Mars. Leon sees him right there. Spear is gonna land as well as the arena, and Emptiness thought he was being sneaky. Roshan is going to fall. Azor will pick up the Aegis. The banner is on the ground.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, Laguna Blade iced everything. Dropped down on the Mars and he's just dead. You don't have the arena anyway, so I suppose him being elided doesn't really change much. But you do have to be careful. Emptiness is back. It is unfortunate that Azor took down Stoic right there. On top of your own high ground. Black hole, it comes out towards that backline, but the use was there, or rather, it was a Wind Waker coming in from the Snapfire. Perfect item against the black hole. DNZ has also committed his BKB, so I don't think that Pandava Lima are going anywhere. They might as well stick to this position. Also going to be the Snapfire Assassinate on GZ, as well as a Reaper Scythe. It's now just the 2. DNZ, no BKB means he can't dish out the right clicks. He does not have the items for it. Sure, you have that Daedalus, but it's not good enough. They had a plan with the Black Hole plus the Requiem. That plan is a wash. That plan has not worked out outside of the few times they were able to come out with it.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
And now they will lose their first lane of barracks. Unlikely they'll go back. The Mars is teleporting in through the outpost. So Pandava Lima came in having covered their bases. Carsten struggling to cover their base.
Are under attack.
Even if the Enigma respawns, he doesn't have a black hole for about 40 whole seconds. So how are you going to make a play? No BKB for 17 seconds either means that you might just have to forfeit your melee barracks. Azor is going to get blinked, or rather hookshotted upon. You do have a Requiem, but you got speared. The Mars, unfortunately, Leon is going to lose his life immediately. And maybe because the Mars is dead, you might just be able to stick to your high ground defense, and Pandava Lima might just have to get back. Black Hole up in about 13 seconds as Azur has lost his Aegis. Aeon just popped by Monza, but he's stuck. He will use the BKB and attempt to walk away. Death Seekers towards that low ground and will be able to get back. Static Storm is placed down as GZ is going to get hit by the assassin, and Mortimers will take him out, but they are on the hunt. Krish wants to go for the sniper, activates his BKB. Requiem has come out, but a Wind Waker saved by the Snapfire, and the Snapfire is alive. GZ will go in, and there's that Black Hole once more. Enough to take out that sniper. Is it enough to take out Monza? The right clicks are coming in, and Monza will fall.
Bottom tower is under attack.
They might lose both of their supports as the Disruptor teleports away. Jerem will also be able to walk away thanks to that Blink Dagger.
Radiant's
Krish.
bottom tower is under attack.
Similar to Noob, he is making a Dagon. You know, from Noob is currently on Team Gens with Parker, Russell, Yodomi, as well as Jing. And whenever Noob plays Lina, he always makes the Dagon and upgrades it to a level 5. Right? Plenty of damage, 800 magical damage, and then you have 760 magical damage. The level 5 Lagoon Dagon is actually stronger than the Laguna Blade is, because it's also an instant cost time animation. It doesn't really have an animation. It also gives you attributes, health, mana, as well as increased cost range, right? So this is a fantastic item to actually make.
Are scanning.
Without an Ether Lens, mind you. And it's almost as much cost range as an Ether Lens. It's 180 cost range. Ether Lens gives you about, I believe, 250. Now, I don't think Arsens are going to be able to push, but if you can get to your refresher orbs, especially on the Enigma, double Black Hole, you can find the comeback, you can find the win. GZ thinking about that hook shot. They have planted down an Observer Ward. GZ is gonna go in for it. Krish will go in with the BKB, as well as the right clicks is able to take out the Disruptor, but the Disruptor is teleporting back. Krish might just get glimpsed back. Okay, it's Stoic who gets glimpsed back. A bit of a right click miss, or rather just whiffs that spell, and not that worth it for an entire buyback having been committed on the Disruptor. The next time he dies, he's going to be out for about a full 2 minutes, nearly 115 seconds, and that will be plenty of time for Carsens to make a move, but they need to take the Disruptor down first. They don't have a lane of barracks, and it's DNZ. Failed to see that play coming. Right clicks are going to be flying in, and DNZ is dead. Has about 7,500 gold in his pockets, so he has a buyback and 5,000 gold to spare. I don't know why he's holding that much gold, but maybe because he has no item slots.
Under attack.
But because he is dead, because 3 heroes are dead on Carsens, they will have to give up their second lane as well. The good news is that there's no way Mega Creeps can be acquired right now. The bot lane tier 2 tower still stands, but Azor, he will stand his ground and right click the tier 4s. It's a slow burn towards the tier 4s, and there's also a glyph available, so there's no way that they go for the throne right now. It's just chip damage that they are attempting. And Ice Blast will also slow Azor down. He will likely get back. Oh, Black Hole! It comes out immediately. Wind Waker save is going to be there. Cooking won't be able to help out Monza, but he has that Aeon disc. Krish goes all in to try and take out that sniper. Azor is trying to get back, but too much magical damage on him. Monza still on that high ground, faced up with the right clicks of that Shadow Fiend, has to get back. The pings are coming out for that Necro. He has no Reaper Sight. However, Mortimers might be enough to take out Krish as well as a Static Storm. Shadow Fiend has also bought back, has no more BKB. It's now just up to the Shadow Fiend and the rest of his supports to be able to hold back this Necrophos. GZ going to be the first point of contact as Krish buys back immediately. Stoic very low on his HP, needs to be super careful. Might just end up dead. Necro is just gonna teleport away. Requiem is not going to be coming out, and that is not a worth it buyback for Krish. Jeezy's gonna miss his hookshot, and Carstens, I feel like they have pooled their chips into this one basket of... it's a basket of death. It's a basket of it's a... I don't know what to call it. I can't find the perfect analogy. But they don't have buybacks. Mars is gonna go in on that Shadow Fiend, uses another arena. There's that shield crash, and DNZ, he has that invisibility. Leon will not be able to find that kill. Monza. Ooh. Enigma Malefice comes in. Monza uses that BKB. Krish activates his own BKB. Monza wants to find the right opportunity. Just find a Reaper sight, but Emptiness is chasing in after him. Monza, no more Shroud, or rather no opportunity to use that Shroud. Sniper comes in as well, and you have to be really careful about this. Snapfire is right behind that Sniper, so he has that Wind Waker save, but the Black Hole is ready and available for Emptiness.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And again, everyone is holding so much gold in their inventory. Azor should be going for a Daedalus. I do think it's the right item to go for. Satanic could also be an option, but you don't heal under the effects of that Ice Blast, so it's not going to be as effective. For some reason, the tier 1 tower still stands. And Leon is just gonna go right click it down. A few hits will do the trick. Emptiness is looking though. So if Leon were to have gone for that creep wave, as he seems to want to go for, Emptiness could go for a play. But in the end, will reveal his own position to the range creep, I believe. It is nighttime, so it's hard to tell. But...
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Pandava Lima. They saw Stoic, they caught a whiff of him. And they will be able to take him out. Roshan. Also under threat. Will likely to go down. Will likely be going down, and it comes with a banner. However, Roshan is making its migration, and Pandava Lima will not be able to finish him from inside of the Roche pit. However, it's an initiation. Krish, he's the one in trouble, has no buyback. Emptiness whiffs his black hole, and this might just be it for Carstens. One mistake is all it will take to cost them the series. Emptiness will go down as well. Krish dead for 120 seconds as DNC over on the back line seems to have defied fate. He has taken down Azor. He might just have held the game for a bit longer, but Jeezy, he missed his hook shot and now has to find his way out. No teleport scroll available. They are on the hunt for him. Won't be able to find him. The throne exposed though. As Roshan can be taken out, Monza will likely go in for it, has the second upgraded boots of travel and an amplified damage rune waiting for him. I am a bit surprised that the sniper isn't using a buyback, but it's the, I would suppose, the level of commitment as far as these very high risk plays go. It's not as prevalent in tier 2 to tier 3 teams than it is for tier 1 teams. The tier 1 team might have just bought back on that sniper and ended the game. Might have just gone for the throne right there because you know there's no Requiem. You know there's no Requiem, and like you knew there was no Requiem, and you knew there was no BKB. So the sniper buyback just ends the game there. Like, how does a sniper die in that kind of a scenario? It's literally impossible. Especially since the Snapfire also had a buyback with the Wind Waker save. So even if the sniper was being right-clicked down for any reason, then you could have just came in with the Wind Waker save. Pandava Lima had a very good opportunity to just end this game right now, but it's a difficult decision that they chose not to make. And rather than the difficult decision, they're going to go for the safe decision, which is Roshan. However, Emptiness is back with the black hole that is going to be up in about 2 seconds, so Carstens are likely to want to fight, or at least think about contesting Roshan. But it's already dropped. The Aegis is already on the ground. Oh, as the clockwork inside of the Yule is going to be able to hookshot away. Oh, rather, actually, no, he didn't hookshot anywhere. He's right there. Dead for about 90 seconds. Has a buyback available. Shadowfiend is also about to have his buyback, but Krish, his buyback is on cooldown for the next whole minute. And Emptiness doesn't even have one, so he needs to... This Enigma should be the one that's most careful. Because you need that black hole, you even have a refresher, but what good is that refresher as well as your own ultimate if you're just dead? So make sure you stay alive, and he will have the setup for it. However, his Shadowfiend won't. DNZ is dead. He immediately buys back into it. Throne now exposed as it was earlier. DNZ, Emptiness going to go in. Aeon Disc is popped as the Mars goes in, and Emptiness will not get off a single black hole. He is just dead without a buyback. A desperate situation overall for Carstens as Krish goes in towards the side but has no more BKB to use. He will fall down as well. Has a buyback available in a few more seconds as it comes up. Has to immediately go for it. But DNZ, he is going to be brought back. Has to throw out his Requiem in a desperate move to save his life. Hold his ground as his teammates arrive. DNZ, however, he's still right in the center. Probing that throne, goes now all in towards DNZ and will be able to take that Shadow Fiend out. Carstens on the brink of defeat. Now just up to Krish, but Stoic will tap out. Carstens will lose game number 2 to Pandava Lima. And Pandava Lima, game number 1, they played the better game. There is no doubt about that. But game number 2, this draft by Carstens, I don't understand it. Like, no team that I know goes all in towards an Enigma draft like that. Now, sure, you take a look at the individual heroes, they're pretty strong. Lina, Shadowfiend have individual properties, but it really seemed like Carstens were playing for the black hole, right? We're playing for that big wombo combo, but we're never really able to find it consistently. They found it once or twice, but when it really mattered in this last team fight, Emptiness just died without a buyback. He couldn't get the black hole off, and often at times, it's not his fault, right? It's not as if, the pressure keeps increasing to find these big ultimates as time goes on and as you're in a worse and worse position. right? It's easier to find black holes when it's a simple team fight. You see two heroes, you're able to find them, and Carsen's did. But it's a different ball game altogether when the enemy team is on your high ground. You have very limited buybacks. You're down 2 barracks, and you desperately need a black hole. The pressure there is completely different, and the pressure there is enough to break even tier 1 players from having to commit or successfully commit those big AoE spells. For the drawing board, the Carstens will have to make up. One, it's a lone druid ban, and two, perhaps uh an easier to execute draft, I would say, because again, Carstens were the better team. They were the supposed top dogs in this matchup, but they lost to the underdogs, and Pandava Lima will be very happy about this win. Again, only team to take Direborn to a game 3, by the way. So kudos to them for that. Kudos to them to win over here in the series against Carstens. And for Carstens, again, they have several series wins. Carstens, we should be seeing them into the playoffs as well. But this isn't just the only series, guys. We still have one more series lined up for you. Of course, we are behind schedule since these games lasted quite some time, 54 minutes and 15 seconds. So we'll be heading to a short break, but we will be right back for our next up and coming series over at Grin Station. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned. Welcome back to the Green Station Lunar Horse Trophy. We had a series between Garcens and Pandava Lima. Garcens lost both games, and Pandava Lima won the series 2-0. Azteca and Six Cats are going to be our second series and final series of the day. Six Cats, of course, who are the stronger team. I think they are one of the stronger teams in Lunar Horse Trophy. KNP, BB, DO6, 9, and Z and Never Die. Meanwhile, Azteca, they have Sir Isaac Newton. He discovered a great many things. You also have Hatchet, Kui, JY, and Mute. Overall, very quickly into the draft here, it is a bit of a question as to Azteca are coming in with a very strong tempo-based draft, right? Puck as well as a Slardar, Disruptor, Shadow Demon. It's a very classical draft coming in from them. Six Cats have gone for the unconventional draft. Darkseer, even though it is now very much in the meta. You also have a Lina. We had the Lina last game as well. Krish was playing that. Don't know if Six Cats will play a mid lane Lina though, because as far as I know, DO6 likes to play the Lina as whenever they play. So, and he is the carry. So we might just have DO6 on the Lina as a carry position, and then BB might just go for some spirit hero on that mid lane. Ember Void can't be picked, but he does play that Storm. Storm versus the Puck isn't really going to be an ideal scenario, but the Queen of Pain could definitely come out. That is another hero that BB plays. Vacuum Wall into the Sonic Wave. Devastating combo. Not that difficult to execute. And Azteca would have to be very careful against that. You also have the Disruptor on their side, so Six Cats might not actually have the option for that. Could just stick to the Pangolier, right? I think the Pangolier is probably the best option for Six Cats right now. Also synergizes into the Vacuum Wall. Maybe not as much as some other heroes out there, but synergizes decently well. I would say. But we'll see. We'll see. At the end of the day, Six Cats have 30 seconds of reserve time. I am expecting a Pangolier. If you're not afraid of the Disruptor, then you're not afraid of the Disruptor. There's not too much I can do about that. Storm, Queen of Pain would be options in that case. But Six Cats, they go for the Night Stalker. Mid lane Night Stalker is a very interesting one to be going for if you're Six Cats, as I mean, I suppose we'll have to see what the mid lane Night Stalker is going to be able to do. I think it's the Radiance build that the Night Stalker is going to go for. And I mean, mid lane Night Stalker scale up very well compared to an off lane Night Stalker, simply because you have way more experience on that mid lane that you can accrue, and your spells are great on the Night Stalker. Your Crippling Fear skills really well, your Void skills really well, even the level 3, the Sacrifice, for the max HP, or rather just for the HP and mana, that's a really good spell. So if BB is off to a strong start, then maybe he can make sure that Queen never really gets off on a good game for the Puck. And the Disruptor is going to be free food once you have that Blink Dagger coming up for the Night Stalker. But at the same time, Disruptor has always been good against the Night Stalker when you're the one finding those glimpses, right? That's the key aspect. If you're Six Cats, you are hoping in their hands. So we'll see how exactly they're going to be able to go about this, or rather how exactly they're going to go about it. For the win condition, as far as Azteca is concerned, it's pretty straightforward. You snowball on the Puck, you farm on the Shadow Fiend. Either way, you get to that late game mark, you should be coming out ahead against a lineup that is playing a very unconventional playstyle. But you do have to be a bit careful about DO6. Him being on the Nina means that he is going to hit very hard. Last time he played the Lina, he dominated. So we'll see what exactly is going to happen this time around.
Prepare for battle.
As I will just adjust the logos for you guys. There we go. It's also going to be, I think the problem is for
30 seconds to battle.
like the problem that I see for the dire side's draft for Six Cats is that if they, get picked off in the early game a bit too much, then I don't know if they're going to be able to find that comeback. Sir Isaac Newton is going to be the first point of contact, so as far as the win condition goes, BB will be able to achieve that first blood, has that strong start, will be able to get to a bracer, and the puck is barely going to tickle the Night Stalker with how much HP regen he has with the bracer flying in. May not actually go for the bottle on the Night Stalker, but for the current point in time, he should be, just should be doing well. I suppose we'll have to see.
Burns, doesn't it?
Go call has been sounded out, and we should be resuming into it. My tea is right outside the door. I hope to get the tea. If there is a pause, I will grab it. If there isn't, well, then I will be confined to drinking cold tea because I just like bringing you guys the game. Alright, I hope that you appreciate my sacrifice. Observer Ward does get taken out, but let's take a look at some of these lanes here. Slardar plus a Shadow Demon, a very strong lane, but you also have the healing capability coming in from 9 and Z. I think the Cold Embrace here from the Winter Wyvern counters out the Slardar pretty severely. Not so much in the laning phase, but outside of the laning phase, as JY should be able to find the courier, but no. He'll be able to find the courier and also blocks the camp right before the camp spawns. So very well done. Takes down a sentry as well, unblocking that hard camp. Amazing job by JY. Arctic Burn is it is effective against the Slardar, but it's not that much effective, right? It's not the biggest of deals. As Hatchet is gonna go in for a stun, laying down the crush. 9 and Z will drop to the floor, and BO3 won't be able to do a thing about it. It is a good return kill for the earlier loss of, well, the first blood that they gave. And if you're able to consistently make sure that this offlane of yours is successful, if you get to a good timing on your Slardar, on the Blink Dagger, then maybe you're going to be ahead. Because you can just initiate on that Night Stalker rather than allowing the Night Stalker to come to you, right? That is possibly going to be the differentiating factor. But 9 and Z, again, disrupted. Was able to find that sentry ward though, so JY, he'll need to use a sentry. Need to bring a sentry and then use it if he wants to unblock that gap. Meanwhile, mid lane going pretty well for both heroes. I don't think now BB, one thing is that he's strong against the puck, but he can't really stop the puck from farming in this lane, right? The puck Kui should be able to get his last hits in, and again a bit of a switch up. Normally Mute plays the mid lane, but sometimes they switch it over. Mute and Kui take their turns playing on that mid side, depending on the heroes available to them. As Hatchet has to fall back. JY also taking in a bit of damage. And the Hatchet, he's going in forward, doesn't have that sprint, wanted to look for that proc from his Bash of the Deep. Just needed one last right click to be able to achieve it, and BO3 tried to cancel that self, but actually missed his Dragon Slave. Bot lane is a lane we haven't really looked at, and it's pretty good. It's not the Bane plus Shadow Fiend combo, but you can still find a way to land the triple raise with that glimpse if you're able to play around it. Never Die is going to make that hard because he has the cogs that he can constantly use, but Never Die, he might just get glimpse back here. Isaac Newton, no mana available, unfortunately. a bit of a passive laning phase, despite of the aggressive heroes present from both teams.
Dire structures are fortified.
Hello, Meaty. Oh, never die?
Time for a dirt.
There's that glimpse action coming into play, and it's so deadly, right? You're playing a Darkseer, but your Surge is countered out by the glimpse. Clockwork, despite of wanting to build a bit of separation, a bit of, I would say, you know, laying down the groundwork for disengagement with the cogs and possibly the battery assault. You can just get glimpsed back, and all like you're dropping down the cogs that way as a defensive tool, right? I think the defensiveness of the Clockwork gets negated by the glimpse. This is such a great pick coming in from the Radiant team. I mean, generally, the pick is great overall. Like, the Disruptor is pretty good in just about every scenario. Hatchet. He is going to get back.
Denied.
38 lost hits for the Puck, but it is nighttime. BB could look for a potential rotation, but Hatchet is in place for a crush. But the Cold Embrace comes in, and Isaac Newton is here for a potential glimpse. DO6 has nowhere to go, can only stand his ground and attempt to take out the Slardar. It will not happen. JY will end up with a double kill, and BB should have made his way there. Instead, he is prioritizing using this first minute of nighttime just to be able to secure these creeps, potentially dish out some damage against the tower with that siege creep. But it's there's also a shield rune available on that bot lane. BB will go for it, as it's a two-man dream call coming in by Kui. Also a vacuum sent out in response, but Mute won't lose his life. BB will just get glimpsed back, but I feel like the Disruptor gave him what he wanted. He was able to use the Void on Mute, found the kill, and just got a glimpse back to his lane. And now he's on towards Hatchet. He might actually go in for the chase, but Hatchet has that Guardian Sprint, and so will be able to get back. Kui goes in with the crippling fear.
Radiant are scanning.
48 lost hits up now for BB, but the Shadow Fiend is also doing well. So as it turns out, despite of my expectation of Six Cats being the stronger team, it's not really happening in the early game. One thing is, though, is that Hatchet, despite of the 2 assists that he has, which don't really give him that much gold, he is very far behind in terms of lost hits. In fact, the Shadow Demon, JY, for some reason, has 16 lost hits in this laning phase. That's quite a lot of farm for the Shadow Demon, as he's using his Shadow Poison to find the farm as well. 8-minute Power Rune is not going to spawn towards that bot lane, and it's going to be a separation. BB won't be able to use that silence, won't be able to use that void. Winter Wyvern is securing that top side rune, as JY is making his way there, but BB will be glimpsed back, and 9NZ has to pick up the regen. In the end, it is going to be pretty much A-OK for BB. Oh, Mute, he falls towards that bot lane. They might be able to get the kill, return kill on KNP. 2 heroes for the price of 1. Not that bad for the Radiant team. Not that bad for the Dire side either. I think a 2 for 1 for a Shadow Fiend kill could potentially be worth it, especially since the return kill doesn't really give away too much. There were 3 heroes present there for that play.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
BO3 hit by the Corrosive Haze as he is going for the Maelstrom build. It will be a physical DPS build on Alina, but he gets glimpsed back. He has again 3 heroes on him and a very simple exchange. These executions are so basic and easy to get off that I'm afraid that 6 cats are going to fall prey to this again and again. There's no way to counter this out simply because of how easy it is to, you come in with the crush. Or rather, you come in with the glimpse into the crush. You have a disruption, but you don't really need it. You keep the disruption in your pocket in case someone counter initiates, in case someone needs to be saved, in case whatever contingency takes place.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
As that top side, a bit of posturing, I would say. BB has found 2 kills in his 5 to 10 at the 5 to 10 minute mark. Nighttime, 2 kills in the nighttime are pretty much okay. I think that's the best, not the best, but I think that's acceptable. It's not, it will be an average, right? Not below average, not above average, just average. I do think you could have gotten more kills, but I think BB also wanted to prioritize his farm to scale up better.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They are now moving in. It's the Winter Wyvern, 9NZ in trouble, but DO6, he's gonna get glimpsed out of the coil, stunned down. The Winter 9NZ was able to use that Cold Embrace before he fell, but it won't change DO6's fate. BB will still come in for a kill on Hatchet. Has that Crippling Fear, which has expired, and he's actually sticking to his guns. Will be able to find that Void and take out Queen. Still going forward. Has enough duration left with his ultimate, might just be able to find even more. Mute will fall and BB will just charge on forward towards that disruptor, finds that void, and a few right clicks will be able to get it down, but it's daytime. KNP gives the surge to BB and the glimpse is possible. BB is gonna get glimpse right underneath his own tower, uses another void, but his fate has been sealed with that glimpse. Hatchet will be able to find the stun, but BB might just be able to find the kill first. Mega kill streak for the Night Stalker as Hatchet does find a return kill, but in the end, that was how many kills that BB secured for his team in that fight? A 4 for 3, or a 5 for 3 rather.
Dire's top tower
Too
is
much
under
gold
attack.
going for the Radiant team. Keep in mind, all the meanwhile, KMP is just farming. DO6 was just farming. 514 gold for the Slardar, though. That should go a long way for his Blink Dagger. He's
Middle tower is under
not that quick with it. He's the least farmed core in the game. That is surprising considering the kind of lane that they had. I would have expected that Hatchet would have a way more farm than this.
is under attack.
DO6 with the Light Strike Array. JY is going to get, or rather disrupt himself, but DO6 not really having a great game on the Lina.
Radiant's middle tower is under
9NZ is going to be glimpsed back, and 9NZ is going to take a bow.
I'm ecstatic.
I want Isaac Newton to throw in the they're trying to kill me voice line. I would love that. JY is pretty much dead. KNP
Dire
with the
are
kill, and he's going for the pipe, or rather he's going for the Guardian Greaves. Not that bad, because you can dispel away, at least for yourself, the corrosive haze, and add in, you know, that heal, that around 350 or 300 heal for your entire team against the AoE spells, the Requiem and the Static Storm, as well as the Waning Rift and Dream Call. It's pretty good, right? That specific heal. You also dispel away the silence on yourself, so you can come out with a vacuum counterplay. So all of that adds up to a very nice set of abilities and options that open up for this Darkseer with this pickup. I wouldn't mind a pipe though, is the thing. I would actually expect that a Pipe of Insight is the right way to go about it, but it's also a difference of play style, what you're trying to achieve with your pick and what you're trying to achieve in the team fight. Pipe helps you survive, Guardian Greaves helps you counter initiate. And maybe they prioritize their initiation over their defensive, or you know, they don't necessarily want that saving grace because they don't expect to play for it. They expect to be ahead. Which they aren't. It's a 3,000 net worth advantage in favor of the Radiant team. Ooh, Hookshot is gonna miss, and Isaac Newton, he'll be able to drop down that Static Storm. Glimpse backs the Clockwork, and this level 12 Shadow Fiend at the 15-minute mark. Too much right-click damage from him. Dragonlance, Mask of Madness at the ready. Shadow Demon will also fall.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hatchet. Is gonna die. Qui. Light Strike Array lands. As 9 and Z is going to die. Dark Ascension has come out, but they won't be able to find anything with this. So Dark Ascension wasted the second one of the game. And the Night Stalker is kind of like the Huskar in the sense that you always need to be coming out ahead, or you're always going to be falling behind. And sure, he'll have the Blink Dagger up soon, so at the very least he'll be able to initiate on a Disruptor. Now it's unfortunate that in this game you want to find that puck first, but you have to go on the Disruptor, or you're just gonna get glimpsed back, or worse, hit by the Static Storm and Kinetic Field, and then you can't get away. So it'll be interesting to see what BB will prioritize in those fights, and whether or not he'll go for the right target, or what he deems to be the right target. DO6, though, he has been the target all game long. And this Lina is 0-5 right now. Can he recover like Pota 2 has with similar score lines? We'll have to see. As JY, he'll be dead. Requiem unable to protect their support. Baby will walk on forward. Void is going to be applied on Isaac Newton. In fact, they won't need the Void necessarily, but will still use it. Hatchet. Oh, won't. Oh, he thought someone was coming in through the gate, but it was just a courier. Talk about the scare factor. Or the jump scare, in fact. BB, he's still looking. It didn't go for the Blink Dagger. He went for the Mithril Hammer because he wants that BKB. Now, BKB plus Blink Dagger changes the dynamic of how you approach the fight. Normally, you know, as I was talking about him going on the Disruptor, having to do that because you can get glimpsed or hit by the Static Storm. When you have the BKB plus Blink, that's not the same thing anymore. Because then you can target the puck. Then you can target the Shadow Fiend. Then you can target anyone you want. As it seems like Kui is able to target anyone he wants, and there's only one hero that he wants. It's DO6. Now 3,000 net worth behind the Shadow Fiend, as even Never Die falls over on that bot lane. Static Storm has been placed down as Mute is in trouble, but how did he? Oh, he piked himself towards that low ground, and BB, I think he's just pretty much dead here. 9NZ is here with the cold embrace. They might be able to temporarily delay his death, but in the end, he is guaranteed to die. It will be an entire team wipe on the 6 Cats roster. 7,000 of a lead now for AZTECA, as they are playing particularly impressive. It's not just the fact of how they're approaching these team fights, it's also just the fact that BO6 has no game. Like, he is just completely shut down on the Lina. He can't farm, he can't fight, and neither can his team. The Darkseer is able to find his farm, but no one else can. That is a pretty rough state of affairs if I've ever seen any.
Dire's bottom tower has
Even rougher than the first game that we had today, which was, you know, Carsen versus Pandavalima. Pandavalima, much like their second game versus Direborn, played it super quick, tempo-based, and they were able to mount up a significant advantage. But Pandavalima weren't able to do that in that first game today this hard. Like, they did still do it. Like, look at this. DO6, he tries to come back towards that top lane, the farm. They just take him out instantly. Boots or travel, completely useless in this scenario when you're this far behind and can't play in any of those lanes because you're just an easy target. Dark Ascension comes out. Baby, he wants to take a fight. Doesn't have the BKB. It's flying out in the courier. Isaac Newton is not going to be able to glimpse BB back. The electromagnetic repulsion does not push back the Night Stalker far enough. And it will be BB who fails to secure the kill. He should have acquired that. He didn't spot at the magic wand, but that should have been gold going in the pockets of BB rather than having it on the clockwork. But BB, turns out his courier didn't pack the BKB. His courier brought him his blink dagger. And so I'm not sure why he went for the mithril hammer first then. Plus 16 damage is not, or plus 24 damage, I'm sorry, is not more value than the blink dagger is. Right? And I get it, he's going to eventually make a BKB from this hammer, but you either go for the BKB first or you go for the blink dagger first. You don't go for this weird route, in my opinion. Right? I mean, that's just that is just my opinion.
too bright.
Mute. Oh, never die. Instantly gets taken out. DO6 now applying the damage. But DO6, look how quickly he falls before even the Winter's Curse came out. 9NZ simply can't react to that in time because it's just a few clean hits and 9NZ's dead. DO6 died the same way. 12,000 of a lead now. They're losing. They are going to lose their tier 2 tower, and I'm afraid this Night Stalker pick has not worked out so far. Comeback potential maybe could be there, but it looks just so darn rough for 6 Cats. And remember, 6 Cats threshold, right? 6 Cats automatically lose the game at 54 deaths. So 30 more and they automatically lose. I'm only kidding. They don't automatically lose. I was just making a simple joke. You know, each cat has 9 lives. 6 cats have 54. They do initiate, but just the right-click damage is too much. Dark Ascension has come out, but can BB actually do something here other than just wander around, roam around with giving his team vision, sure. But Hatchet doesn't really seem like he's going anywhere, right? Does it really seem like Hatchet is afraid? They are gonna jump in on top of Hatchet, and maybe Hatchet has bitten off more than he could chew, but no, JY comes in with the save. Isaac Newton will come in with the glimpse. They will bring back the Night Stalker. BB is dead. Winter Wyvern's dead. Everyone is just dying, and they are not finding a single kill on the board. Kui will even dive, never die. Who in this game kind of feels like his nick should be changed to always dying.
Dire's middle tower
Tier 2
has
tower will also go down. And there it is. Surge, not possible. Good vacuum, but it kind of these are very uninspiring moves by Six Cats, simply because their moves, I don't see how they can inspire with their moves. All three cores very far behind. In fact, DO6 is 6,000 net worth behind Mute, who, by the way, if it's right-click damage that the Lina is going for, the Shadow Fiend just hits better. Same attack speed, nearly, and you have armor reduction coming in from the Shadow Fiend's passive. You have the raises for more magical damage than the Lina can dish out, and you have that Requiem, which is just an overall much better ability than the Laguna Blade is. Look at the Squee, he has the Parasma. Winter's Curse, is it really gonna do anything? No, 9NZ has not found the curses, and it's not his fault. Like, I don't think the Winter Wyvern can be pressured into a scenario where he has to get those big Winter Curses off, because it's just the fact that your team is so far behind that even that trying to get that Winter's Curse will just result in you dying. Like, that's what I actually think. The Puck has a Parasma, so he'll just jump on you as you're trying to go for the Winter's Curse, and one simple proc of the Parasma, Waning Rift, Illusory Orb, and you're not gonna make it out of that place.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Here I am. Silence.
I'm ecstatic. You've been disrupted.
Greetings. I'm out. And it's off. Behold.
DO6 again gets taken out. 9 deaths, 2 assists. It's almost as if the Lina... Well, I mean, it is the fact that the Lina is a non-factor this game. His factorial is 2 assists. That's his contribution. And it's only going to be a matter of time before Six Cats tap out. Now, they have their high ground, but they don't have much else. Darkseer does have a Blink Dagger. Okay. Okay, BKB as well as the Blink Dagger is up for BB. So, maybe a miraculous play from KNP could turn it around. It's a strong maybe. It's one of those. Could just be an empty promise. Could turn out to be an empty promise.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
BB glimpse back. Dark Ascension once more wasted. His BKB also wasted. How did he get glimpsed? Did he activate his BKB after he got glimpsed?
Has fallen.
I think he just did. Because there's you don't get glimpsed. BKB works against it. KNP is dead. 800 damage critical strike coming out. Without that Daedalus, mind you, which he will have in about 200 gold as soon as he's done with the Screep Wave. And so...
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower
So I'm not
is
sure.
under attack. Dire's
I'm not sure what the move is. I don't even know if there is any. You have Mute on that high ground, taking apart your barracks. What are you going to do about it? Never die, hit by the Parasma, loses about 500 HP, and they will find a good Winter's Curse, but the disruption save is going to be there. BB goes in, goes out. DO6 was able to find the kill on Hatchet. Might be able to get something more, but the Shadow Fiend pikes himself forward, is able to take out DO6. Never die with the cogs, trying to find something. Even if they find the Shadow Fiend with this, they still lose their entire lineup, and DO6 will just simply tap out. I don't blame him at all. This game was a disaster, perhaps. This last pick, Night Stalker, it clearly did not work out. the Pangolier was the much better option. And I mean, hey, you try to experiment in an official game, it's okay. You can always, it's a series, you can always come back in the next game. And that's probably what Six Cats should focus their attention towards, and just let this game, this the one that just ended, forget about it. You just simply pretend it did not exist, right? AZTECA will still have the one game win. That is a fact. That is a fact that is going to be hard to ignore. That is going to be pressure. That is hard to ignore. As now you're only one game away from losing the series. But ignore what happened and look forward to the future and what you can actually do. At the end of the day, DO6 is a fantastic carry. BB on that mid lane has given us some incredible games, and they will just have to go back to their roots in order to find that game number 3. But can they do that against AZTECA, who are looking pretty strong? We will head to a short break over at current station, but we will be right back with that game number 2 right after that, so make sure to stay tuned in. Hey guys, so welcome back to the Green Station Lunar Horse Trophy. Team AZTECA, who are currently
Team
one game up, versus 6 Cats, who are currently behind the game. AZTECA came out with a very, I would say, strong draft last game, and they had the execution down perfectly. But this time around, it's going to be different. 6 Cats, they have a very strong
10
lineup now.
seconds remaining.
Ember Spirit for DO6, or rather for BB, as it should have been
5
in that first
seconds
game. It was
remaining.
banned out, of course, but he had multiple options. He chose a Night Stalker, which was very risky from the get go. I'm sure they also realized that it was always going to be a risky pick. And it did not work out, so now it's time to go back to your roots. You also have the Bane, as well as the Keeper of the Light. Undying should be the offlane hero here, with the Keeper of the Light giving him that chakra magic. Very strong offlane. And AZTECA, they do have the Largo, but they have a Magnus and a Pangolier. Is this going to be a Magnus carry or a Largo support? Right, in case you want to run that Magnus towards the off lane, but it's
10
it's
seconds
not that
remaining.
great of a pick against so many hypermobile heroes. Keeper of the Light is going to be on the
5
back line. Bane
seconds
has that
remaining.
Fiend's Grip as well as a Nightmare, and Ember Spirit has the Remnants. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to play with the reverse polarity all that much, but you do have a good pick in the Pangolier, right? Good against the Bane, kind of. It really just depends on the position, right? The Fiend's Grip stops the Rolling Thunder in its tracks, so it can be a good pick, but it can also be a bad pick depending on if you're able to maintain the positions. But the Largo has a dispel with the Lick against the Bane's Nightmare at the very least, and against the Keeper of the Light slow, against the Searing Chains. It's a great Largo game, so maybe you play the offlane Largo, right?
Dire team pick.
Shadow Fiend is banned out by 6 Cats, so they won't have that Bane plus SF combo, and it seems like AZTECA will be playing a Largo offlane and will have a carry Magnus alongside a mid lane Pangolier as they pick up a Grimstroke. So at the very least, they do have that Inkswell combo for both the Magnus as well as the
10
Pango. Not to
seconds
mention,
remaining.
it's not that bad on the Largo either.
5 seconds
But again, it
remaining.
is an unconventional draft, and 6 Cats are coming out with the stronger draft. It's as far as the information that we have goes, just as far as we know that the Magnus is not really a core carry hero, despite of being a core carry hero several months ago. 6 Cats will pick up a Tiny for DO6. He has tried this several times, and he has had a lot of success with it. So 6 Cats go back to their roots. They have the very staple draft, right? This is a very 6 Cats draft. It's also a very classical draft in the current meta. So we'll see how exactly it does. I think a Tiny is great against the Magnus. You have so much status resistance coming in. Even if you get hit by that reverse polarity, it's not really possible for you to die. Sharpshooter could disable that status resistance though by Isaac Newton. You can find that several disables available from both teams, right? To hold down this Tiny with, hold
10
down the
seconds
Ember with.
remaining.
It just kind of depends on who finds the initiations. Now, if both teams find their farm, I do think 6 Cats should be coming out ahead. Right, you have 3 melee cores against an Undying, so KNP should have a wonderful time. BB on the Ember Spirit, not really a whole lot of catch for him outside of the Grimstroke Silence and the Hoodwinks Bushwhack. I don't expect him to be caught by that Magnus RP. We'll just have to see. Kui is on a specialist, he is a specialist of the Pangolier, so there's that to be considered. AZTECA, they are quite frankly doing well for themselves. 6 Cats are not doing well for themselves as far as the series score is concerned, but this does seem like one of those games where you might just be able to take it to a game number 3. At least that would be my prediction. I think it's way easier to execute on 6 Cats. Searing Chains into the Illuminate. Decay is there. Nightmare is there for a setup for the Illuminate, which is something that I forgot to mention, right? Bane goes in, Nightmare someone, Illuminate fully channels up, 500 magical damage coming out. Maybe you send out another Illuminate by using the chakra magic on yourself. So plenty of ways to go about it for 6 Cats. Some decent ways to go about it for AZTECA, but again, harder execution is often the difference maker at the tier 3 level, at the tier 2 level, where just basic plays are enough, right? But we'll see. We'll definitely see.
Prepare for battle.
You should have seen that coming. Money and bones, money and bones.
As game number 2 is before us, can AZTECA find the clean sweep, or will Six Cats find the comeback? That is perhaps the only real question that matters.
You should have known better.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Really now, you should have seen that coming.
Oh,
The battle
Can't be.
begins.
Was slowed down, but is unlikely to go down here. Let's see how this offlane does, because you are playing with a Hoodwink as your safe lane support. It is a good hero, right? I think I would prefer the Hoodwink here rather than the Grimstroke, because sure, you have the Inkswell stun, but the Hoodwink Bushwhack is a decent enough setup for the skewer back into the tower. And if that does happen, regardless of how much strength you have, I don't know if KNP will be able to live, unless you have like 20 strength, in which case it's going to be okay.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Isaac Newton failing to trade against the Keeper of the Light. Likely to be the case because the Illuminate is just too much damage, but he doesn't even have the Illuminate. He's just playing with the Blinding Light so far. You know, the Mist Chance coming in, pretty good to trade. Half of the hits of this Hoodwink are going to miss. And right now, it does seem like Mute is able to find those last hits. Over on that top side, it is Hatchet who finds the lick. 9NZ is not going to get hit by that stroke of fate. His fate will not be stroked. And I mean, it's a decent enough lane. It's not exactly the best. You do have a Nightmare set up for that Avalanche into the toss. Or maybe even a toss into the Avalanche, right? So it can go either way. As there we go. A Nightmare gets used. DO6 has the Avalanche. That will be first blood drawn for DO6. And compared to the previous game where he was 0-9, this is already a completely different game. Grimstroke comes back. And Hatchet is okay, he's kind of okay in this scenario. Ember Spirit and the Pangolier, BB and Kui are pretty much going even, Steven. And this is one of those lanes where it is going to go even. All of the Pangolier's damage from his spells is physical, right? We take a look at the Swashbuckle, physical. Shield Crash, physical. Rolling Thunder, physical. Even the Lucky Shot is physical. So, well, I mean, it doesn't damage you, but still. So, the Ember Spirit's Flame Guard doesn't actually absorb any of these spells coming in from the Pangolier, right? So, the Flame Guard is always going to be up to apply that damage. It's the Lotus Orb, it is a bit of a contest. Hatchet, though, cannot contest. It will be DO6 to acquire the second kill already, 3 minutes in. Mute getting pressured as well by KNP. So not that good of a start for the Radiant team compared to that previous game where they had a pretty good start. So it will be interesting to see how they actually perform, as KNP might just be able to find the kill. Blood Grenade almost ticked out the Magnus and he's dead. KNP had the range on him. And the Magnus really could not have backed away. Like, there was no move to be made there. You could have tried to skewer back, but it just didn't seem like that would happen.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think as soon as the Chakra Magic kicked in, it was too
Dire
late.
structures are fortified.
Oh, 9 and Z. He is going to fall. JY finding the first kill of the game in favor of the Radiant team for AZTECA. And BB, oh man, that is a big kill to get. Kui takes down BB solo on that mid lane. Kind of makes Geo6's efforts on that top side not that effective if you give up your mid lane in its entirety without any rotation coming in. As a Hatchet goes in, licks back 9 and Z. He's in that Frog Storm taking end damage, but the Hatchet doesn't have too much HP to pursue that case. You'll have to let him go. But overall, I mean, their skill on the mid lane, Kui might have just brought them back from the deep, back to the surface of the series, and the surface of this game number 2. As the Grimstroke again, he has 10 lost hits. JY, he did this last game as well. Inkswell is going to be miscoordinated though, as the Largo will choose not to go in. You do have the Bane coming in to backstab Mute. Nightmare comes out. KNP looking to drop down that tombstone, but is going to be slightly late with it. RP is not going to be possible thanks to the blinding light coming in from Never Die, and that will mean a kill secured on Mute, the second one of the game here. And it seems like Mute is being dealt a taste of the medicine that DO6 was fed. And DO6 can verify that the medicine doesn't taste too sweet. It's actually quite bitter. Sir Isaac Newton, now the one in trouble. Unlikely to be able to make his way out. 9 and Z will probably chase after the Hoodwink, and you'll find an additional Bushwhack, or rather a Brain Sap. In fact, BB is gonna come in. They give the kill to the side of Fist. Very good. Very nicely done. Mute will just teleport through the outpost. BB will return towards that mid lane. And Mute doesn't know it, but DO6 realizes that the Magnus is there. They have this observer ward that got out this Magnus, and he will have to go back. He's hunting for the Tiny, but the Tiny isn't there. In fact, no, Mute is actually just going to go farm up the jungle. Bushwhack lands on KNP. Acorn Shot comes out too, so KNP loses quite a bit of his HP, but has quite a bit left on his HP. In fact, his half of his HP is the entire HP of Isaac Newton, of this Hoodwink. Tombstone comes out, a few hits will do the trick. Too many zombies on Isaac Newton now, alongside that Brain Sap, which is level 3 right now, so 300 or rather 230 pure damage. Simply too much for the Hoodwink to deal with. That's half of his HP there. As DO6 is gonna get a hit by the Inkswell, but BB is here, so JY is guaranteed to die. Hatchet is guaranteed to be chased by BB, and he will have the Searing Chains in about 4 seconds. His Flame Guard does get dispelled, but in the end, this won't change anything. Hatchet is likely to just fall here. Oh, actually makes it further back, but the Remnant will be enough. Forces out a Remnant at the very least, I suppose. When we take a look at the net worth, no surprise, KNP with 3 kills is at the very top. Ember Spirit with 3 kills, but 1 death is in second place position, and DO6 with 2 kills and 0 deaths is at, well, I mean, now he's at the second place. So, but the point is, you probably understand what I'm trying to say. All 3 heroes from the Dire side are at the top. Kui is the only one that's not that far behind. He is right up there with the 3 of 6 cats, but the rest of their team, the Magnus is just reached the 3,000 mark. Hasn't done it by now, but he will. As Hatchet is able to find the kill on 9 and Z, not bad. Not bad for a free kill, essentially, right? But if you're making a move with several of your heroes, or rather, just If it's a 2-man move in your offlane, a support kill is great. But if it's a 3-man move, you want a core, right? But the only problem is BO6 is one tanky core. I don't know if you're going to be able to take out this Tiny.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
2-man Searing Chains. No follow-up though. As the Largo is here, it really feels like the Largo is lost without a purpose. Like, you can't play that top lane. You can play the top lane, but you can't really do anything on that top lane. But maybe not doing anything and just farming away could be the better idea. As you do have the lick, but the Searing Chains are going to be there. Fiend's Grip as well in its full duration will make sure that Kui is a goner. And now another Searing Chain set upon this Largo as well as JY. Frogstorm sent out, but in the end, JY is guaranteed to die. Hatchet will be able to make it out, but it is now a 3,000 net worth advantage in favor of 6 Cats. And this tier 1 tower, again, also going to fall. 6 Cats playing it very quick, and
Tower is under attack.
the Radiant team left without any kind of a move.
Radiant's middle tower has
Just kind of hopelessly have to farm away, thinking, or rather hoping for a counter initiation opportunity, I would say.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As BB takes out Mute solo, he had the invisibility rune, so made use of it. A lot of creeps on this camp.
Dire structures are fortified.
BB is there, but he did get silenced down. Now, I don't know if they have enough damage, especially with the Fiend's Grip coming out. Another full duration Fiend's Grip. Silence finally gets planted down as Kui goes on forward with the Rolling Thunder, but it has expired. He hasn't been able to get the kill. BB is plenty okay. In fact, BB will just turn it around with the right clicks. Kui likely to fall here in the Nightmare. Despite of all of the effort, despite of throwing the kitchen sink at this Ember Spirit, BB pretty much A-okay. His Flame Guard does get dispelled away, but in the end, I mean, it's just gimmicks, right? It's just a very gimmicky thing. It doesn't really result in anything. Like, this doesn't really feel like there's an opportunity for a comeback building up, and it's very rare for me to say that. It's you know, it's very preemptive for me to say that, but I don't know, like, what possible play they have. Like, are you going to be relying, like Carsten's relied on the Enigma's Black Hole. Are you going to be relying on the Magnus's Reverse Polarity in this game where there's a Bane, a Keeper of the Light, and an Ember Spirit against you? I don't see how you're going to be able to land that. Not even in your wildest dreams should you be able to find that RP. Unless, of course, 6 Cats bungle it. The DO6, he is hit by that Soulbind. Double lick as well as a Sharpshooter. Great kill to achieve. Finally, showing some teeth. Showing their claws as they sink them into 6 Cats. Kui will end up with the kill on 9 and Z. They deny the banner creep as well for extra added value. And the 4,000 lead gets chipped at, but immediately goes back because at the end of the day, BB is free farming, the Undying is free farming. And maybe he remnants back for the 14-minute power rune. Is going to be on that bot side, but it's an amplified damage. Never Die also gets caught. So that's pretty good. They'll also be able to find a tier 1 tower at the back of these 3 kills. So they do, I mean, hey,
Dire's top tower
potential comeback is a potential comeback. I did not expect DO6 to die that easily, but he did. And I suppose he doesn't have as much HP right now, just an Echo Saber. Has that Shadow Blade, I suppose.
Nah, it's not.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Never Die. Again, is going to be the first casualty of the first point of contact, so a pretty good start to the fight, but Hatchet will immediately get taken out alongside the Hoodwink. JY not too long for this world as BB continues to chase in after him. Another remnant forward, Sleight of Fist is available and will end up with a mega kill streak. Even DO6, he found a double kill in that fight, so it's no support got any kills, it's all just scores.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Off to a 3,000 net worth advantage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Sleight of Fist will land, Isaac Newton will fall, and the Ember Spirit is going to go down. So BB sacrificing his life in that kind of a play, definitely not going to be worth it, but Hatchet will be the casualty in response. So at the very end, it's at most an even exchange, especially since it's Hatchet who's getting all of these kills. Now the Largo is going for a Radiance. I don't know how I feel about that. RP finally comes out, only catches the 1, but it's a pretty good kill. Its KNP was very high net worth there,
Radiant's bottom tower.
but does come back immediately into the game. JY, they don't know where JY went. DO6 finds the toss, finds the avalanche. Slow comes out from the Keeper of the Light, and there's Hoodwink. Another 3 throw, and he is also dead. So just death of overall. That's the theme of this game. Is just dying constantly.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
DO6 coming in. Avalanche thrown out. Hatchet is going to be hit by the Searing Chains. Fiend's Grip is going to be there too. And DO6 is going to be able to find the kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower
Dire's top
likely to fall down over here as Kui is in trouble. Trying to make his way back with the shield crash, unable to. BB will be able to find, well, it's a decent kill. Kui doesn't actually have that much net worth. None of them do, in fact. Another simple avalanche toss, 6,000 of a lead right now, and JY is also likely to fall here. Has the Inkswell as well as the Shadow Amulet, but I don't know if that's going to help him. Oh, can be again, does go down. Avalanche though catches the two Searing Chains as well, as it will end up with a triple kill for BO3. 18 minutes in, they have a 7,000 net worth advantage. It's not the fastest build up, but it's a very convincing one where I don't see any options. If you're relying on gimmicks, there are a lot of gimmicks to be found. Lick away the Flame Guard, find those skewers and RPs, but that won't result in a win. It's honestly, at most, it's going to annoy the other team. Like, that's the best result you're going to get.
A tool to teach.
JY not gonna live. KNP just jumps in. They also find a Nightmare on Hatchet, and the full duration Fiend's Grip is going to be there. Hatchet is gonna go down. They are losing 3 of their heroes. Kui goes in. It's a great reverse polarity. Maybe with the Rolling Thunder they can get it done, as a buyback comes out from JY, and they go all in. Never Die and 9 and Z have gone down, but despite of the perfect initiation, they haven't been able to find anything else. But maybe the Ember Spirit would also fall. Skewer somehow goes through, right through the Ember, as BB just remnants back, and it will be Kui in the end who will lose his life, but maybe not. Inkswell is there. Kui swashbuckles forward and is able to take out BB. Tiny BKBs and teleports away. So hey, I mean, that one wasn't a gimmick. Mute coming in with, by far, the perfect initiation. Right when they needed him to. Rolling Thunder also did a fair bit of damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it pretty much is okay. Mute. Harpoon at the ready. Could go for a play on KNP. He is all alone. No, he's not. I lied. 9NZ is right there. As Hatchet will get caught, but Mute's right there for the assist. Fiend's Grip comes out, but I don't think there's going to be any follow-up. KNP will come in as the Ember Spirit will disable Mute with his use, but does find a disable regardless. Mute will go down. And a carry for a Bane, of course, that's not worth it. You don't need me to tell you that. Searing Chains is also going to be planted down.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Avalanche as well as the toss. Isaac Newton is dead.
Radiant are scattered.
Kui is in the Nightmare. Rolling Thunder is going to be coming out. And so the Bane should die, but just the Bane is not good enough. BO6 has taken out your carry on that backline and is charging in alongside BB. In fact, they want to go towards that Largo. Harpoon forward by DO6. He will have the Avalanche soon, but actually can't find the range. So in the end, it's just a 1-for-1. But it's a 1-for-1 that favors 6 cats. Now, Kui, he does have a lot of farm. Right? He almost has his Aghanim Scepter. Could it be enough? Magnus isn't that far behind. He has the Harpoon, might be able to get to his BKP. And I really do think that if you're able to make sure that you can disable this Fiend's Grip, which to be fair hasn't been possible the entire game. Right? The Bane has had full duration Fiend's Grip for most of this game here. But if you're able to cancel that, if you're able to get the good RP, a Rolling Thunder with an Ags upgrade for Kui, maybe you can. Maybe you can find the comeback. I'm not making any promises, guys. I'm just saying the added value of their spells is quite good. It's just the execution is, I mean, not that straightforward since the laning phase was so horrible. Swashbuckle is there as well. Rolling Thunder is going to be back up. Kui will just be able to turn it around. Never die. Is in trouble. Kui still needs to find his mark. Is able to find him. And now is going for the teleport away. A 3-man rotation coming in on Kui. But he just simply turns it around. And it, I will increase the in-game volume for you guys. There we go. In-game volume has been increased, so you should be able to hear it better. I will actually increase it more after, from tomorrow onwards. It's still a 9,000 advantage, but it seems like in this mid-game, it's not that simple. Sanjan Kaya, as well as a Spirit Vessel, very glad he didn't go for the Radiance, but it's it seems to be doing very well for him. Ember Spirit has the Aghanim Scepter upgrade now as Kui, he sees KNP, Bushwhack also lands. KNP in trouble, has the BKB at the ready. Nightmare is going to come in on towards 9 and Z, who has that Fiend's Grip, and so the Pangolier is as good as dead. Isolated with 5 euros around him, and the rest of the Radiant team will just tuck tails and run away from their mid laner. He's the only one doing well in this game. You need to enable him, not leave him for dead, not abandon him when he needs you the most. But
Dire are scanning.
17 to 32, at least, I mean, it could be worse, right? You could have had several heroes dead there. I suppose that's one of the ways it could have been worse.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Roshan has fallen to the
Aegis picked up by the Tiny. Kui is also in trouble. Rolling Thunder is not going to be used, but they will still catch up to the Pangolier, so in the end he might just be forced to use it. And he is, but KNP is in towards that back line. JY is dead and Kui has to teleport out. Fiend's Grip? Fiend's Grip might have been in range there. 9 and Z did try to go for it.
Radiant's turret
Magnet is going to be stopped as well, as Mute has to use his freshly minted BKB just to be able to save his life there in that position. Okay, NP, he goes in, and now the Syrian Chains, Mute needs to be careful. Does very much seem like a game which is not working out for this Magnus. Hatchet, again in trouble, again is dead. Mute almost found the skewer on BO3, but even if you find the skill, he has an entire Aegis. RP is going to be used, Fiend's Grip is going to be coming out again. Full duration Fiend's Grip by 9NZ. He has found each and every single one of those. Six Cats, they aren't able to find someone. Mute is going to die to the Illuminate though, so that is a carry at least taken out for all of your efforts. DO6 will go in with the Avalanche. Gets hit by the Bushwhack. No follow-up damage though, you don't have that Rolling Thunder. It is up now, so Kui could potentially go for it. He is now inside of the base. And it is a very difficult high ground siege with the Pangolier there. DO6 will toss back Hatchet and activates his BKB. Should be able to take the Largo out. Hoodwink can't actually help, and Kui's Rolling Thunder. I mean, it's he's rolling, right? It's not very thunderous. As he swashbuckles back, should be able to escape. But again, this feels just so lackluster. Like, they're not able to do anything. Like, they're not able to make any kind of a play. Like, it just feels like empty posturing. Like, chest thumping. You know? Like a bull that's getting ready to charge, but doesn't actually charge.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
The wages of fear.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hatchet gets caught. I am now something that I do have to give respect out to is when you take a look at this game, nothing has really gone the way of AZTECA. However, Kui still has a lot of farm. And the Magnus, despite of not having made many plays, still has a lot of farm. So they are actually, you know, keeping this lead, which should be, you know, as the game dynamic has gone on, I would expect this lead to be 25 to 30,000, but it's not, right? They are making use of whatever little space they get around the map, and they're making good use with it. I mean, Magnus Mute has an entire Chrysalis, might just be ending up with a Daedalus right now. Well, in a minute or so, in a few minutes. As Mute has gone in, okay, that's not the kind of play that I would expect. 9NZ though is in trouble. Kui could potentially get the skill here. That would be pretty good if he can get away with it. He does manage to find it. Mute, though, has to use his BKB, but doesn't have a teleport scroll, so in the end, he will choose to not pop that one. And will just pop instead. Pop himself instead. End up popped instead. All of the above. And never die. Is getting back. Disperser is about to come back up, and Never Die should be slowed down by this Disperser. It's not really being used by Kui. There we go. It now comes out, and Never Die should fall here to the shield crash. As KNP is able to find the kill on Isaac Newton on the Hoodwink, and now they look towards that tier 2, tier 3 tower. But DO6, he's the only real physical damage on these towers, right? And he wants a tier 2, so they will get the tier 2.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
You need vision to prevent the RP, but you don't need vision right now. In about 15 seconds, should be able to find the tier 3 and just back away if you want to play it safe, as your supports aren't there. They are on Hatchet though, and they will bury the Hatchet. We get spotted out as he wanted that Shrine of Wisdom, won't be able to collect it. And I don't think you can fight against that Tiny. You can burn away most of his mana. Kui doesn't have the Rolling Thunder, and DO6 he backs away because the backup is there for this Pangolier. However, BB arrives, displaying that he too can provide backup for the Tiny, as the RP has completely whiffed. 80 seconds now without your carry. JY also gets stuck, and I feel like that should be it, right? That should be the game here. I don't see what more moves you can come out with. You're going to lose one lane of, maybe actually 2 lanes of barracks. There is no buyback available. You do still need the creep wave to come in, as the bot lane has the most amount of creeps, has the closest creeps, and you should be able to go high ground with this. Might actually stick around for the full 3 lanes of barracks, but it just depends. Kui is still alive, has that Rolling Thunder up, can teleport back and prevent multiple lanes from falling. Kui going in with the Rolling Thunder. He goes, okay, he's still going, but that's not doing anything. And now you don't have a Rolling Thunder, but you do have the Magnus respawn, so it seems like 6 Cats, they will choose to play it safe and go back.
The rune of illusion.
JY, or rather the Hoodwink, Isaac Newton. He is going to fall. BB is able to find the kill. KNP finds Kui. DO6 finds Mute. Hatchet, it does find the Ember, but I really don't think he's ever going to be able to get this kill. Yield Scepter to disable the silence, and BB, he just walks it off. It's... Where did Largo go? Okay, the Largo is going towards that top lane. But there should be mega creeps here. A very still game, I will say. Like a very, again, this series, the theme of this series has been weird picks. Right, the picks from 6 Cats in the first game going for the mid lane Night Stalker. The picks for AZTECA with this Magnus carry against a Bane and the Keeper of the Light and an Ember Spirit. Like, this Magnus carry made no sense at all. again, you experiment, you try, it doesn't work, you try again with what works. And that should be that should be the case for game number 3. GG will be called by Kui, and for game number 3, I do think that both of these two teams should stick to their roots, right? Should stick to what actually works for them instead of going for these niche kind of picks, which are never gonna work. If you want to go for a niche pick a niche pick that's good in that scenario. At least Six Cats picked a nice choker that looked good. This Magnus did not look good. And it's not the fault of the player, because Mute has given us really good games on the safe lane and on that mid side, right? He plays both. Kui also plays on that mid lane and on that safe lane. Both of them play really well, but this game was just not the demonstration of them playing really well. This was you know, I don't mind if you have a bad game on a good hero, but having a bad game on a bad hero is their fault, essentially. You know, you make your bed and you must lie in the bed that you make. But without further ado, guys, we'll be heading to a short break. I do believe that both of these two teams will be going at it with great picks. At least that is my expectation and that is my hope. And so we will have a great final game of Dota for today over at Grin Station. We will be right back after a short break, so don't go anywhere and stay tuned.
Dire team ban.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Grin Station Lunar Horse Trophy Season 8. AZTECA versus 6 cats, as 6 cats are
10
unfortunately,
seconds remaining.
or rather, fortunately, now
5
tied up
seconds
with
remaining.
AZTECA, who have lost the previous game. I do think that AZTECA, this is what I expected. They go back to a very standard draft. Lina is, of course, right now a meta hero. Pretty good against the Nature's Prophet. Attack range is similar for both the Lina and the Nature's Prophet. So as long as you go for the physical DPS build, you should be having a decent enough time. And then the Lion is great against the Storm.
10 seconds remaining.
Of course, these cats do have that Bane. And last game, that
5
Bane,
seconds
I mean,
remaining.
I don't think there was ever a single Fiend's Grip which got interrupted. Found the full duration Fiend's Grip each and every single time. And if you do that, then the Queen of Pain and Lina will be easy to deal with. At the same time, the Lion Finger of Death, or rather just the Lion when he has his Blink Dagger, you should be able to find the kills on the Nature's Prophet and the Storm Spirit. So really, it's going to come down to the supports in this game. I think there's going to be a lot riding on the shoulders of this Lion and on this Bane to be able to get those things done. Not to mention, you do have the Storm Spirit plus the Keeper of the Light combo, that Chakra Magic giving the Storm his mana, and you should be, I would imagine, having a decent
5
time as
seconds
far as that
remaining.
is concerned. Constantly go in. Storm should not be running out of mana. And one of the biggest things I think about the Keeper of the Light is the fact that when you do give the Chakra Magic to the Storm, he will have, when he goes all in, he runs out of mana, you give the Chakra Magic, he then has enough mana to be able to get out of any situation. I think that is the biggest aspect going for the Storm Spirit. Slaughter also picked up by AZTECA, as 6 cats are thinking about their own offlane. I think you do need a frontliner. I think you need a disengagement tool. Darkseer wouldn't be bad, but I think Mars is actually great in this scenario, but it
You may now
will
select your
be a
hero.
Spectre. Who is the offlane here? It has to be between the Keeper of the Light and the Nature's Prophet. And I do wonder who they're going to go for. It's the Nature's Prophet on the offlane. Oh man, they're playing with 2 carries now. KNP unlikely to go for any kind of a different build. I mean, you can technically go for the Boots of Bearing build. You can even go for the auras on this Nature's Prophet. Technically, he's a global aura carrier if you want to play him that way. But it's a very interesting pick, right? And it suggests to me that if 6 cats take this past that 35-minute mark, they'll probably win simply because of the scaling ability their lineup offers them. At the same time, for AZTECA, you have a Slardar, so if you're able to make that Blink Dagger, you should be able to find yourself with a significant advantage, because these heroes from 6 cats, they're quite squishy. Spectre is not that tanky of a hero in the early game, neither is the Nature's Prophet, nor is the Storm or any of these supports. It's a very squishy lineup, very vulnerable lineup to the Slardar Blink Dagger, and I think it's shifted now, right? Where I previously said that it's a lot of riding on the shoulders of this Lion and Bane. I think now it's a lot of pressure on the Slardar. If Hatchet, and that is their win condition. If Hatchet is able to get to that Blink Dagger in time, then I think they're gonna win, because these moves can't be stopped. But you cannot play passive. Like you have to be aggressive with your moves. You have to be going in constantly. Have to be finding maybe a kill per minute. That wouldn't be that bad. I actually think you can find more than a kill per minute, because you have a Queen of Pain, you have a Lion, you can constantly just look for fights. So we'll see how exactly they're going to be able to get it done.
Really not. Really should have seen that. Should have seen that
I
coming.
love it when you resist. I love it when you resist.
To hell with you.
As the game will be paused, but we should be resuming into it shortly. And there we go. We are back with, I think, the early portion of the game. Observer ward is planted down very aggressively, and they haven't been able to spot this out. It was planted within a smoke of deceit. JY does carry sentry ward. I don't know if he'll plant it there. He has no way of knowing where the observer was planted, outside of a hunch, perhaps. Kui once again, so they have settled down, at least in this series, as Mute has been playing the carry for the past 2 games. It's going to be the carry this time around, and Kui has been on that mid lane constantly. So maybe there has been a shift in their dynamic. Maybe they now want to keep this as a kind of permanent role for both their position 1 and position 2. Oh, wow. BB might end up with 3 bounty runes over here. I doubt that Kui can actually get to it before him. Doesn't want to skill up that blink because you need to have that Shadow Strike for the Storm at that level 1 mark. Maybe even max out that Shadow Strike because the Storm is pretty weak against that Queen of Pain. If you hit your level 6 before the Storm does, you can get that Sonic Wave up, take the Storm out from a very simple rotation coming in from the Lion. But Kui goes for the Scream of Pain instead. And that will actually allow BB to find sufficient amounts of farm in this lane. 4 lost hits for Kui, though. He finds each and every single one from the first creep wave. Top side is going to be a nightmare on that Slardar. But when I think about this this lane, right? Lion plus the Slardar, you have the Bane and the Spectre against you. I think you should be able to get a kill or 2 on the Bane, particularly if there's a rotation coming in from the Undying. Tombstone plus that Impale and the Hex means that a minimum of 2 or 3, even 3 zombies can spawn. And then the Nightmare is not going to save you. You can only Nightmare one of the 3 targets, and I don't even know who you Nightmare in that scenario. But finding a kill without the Undying is obviously going to be hard against the Bane. It's always going to be a 1v2 scenario once the Nightmare comes out. And it's not as if you're playing with a zoo meta hero, right? Or a hero which can build up illusions. So you can't have the Nightmare cancelled by anything. Nature's Prophet, KNP with this, again, awkward pick for 6 cats. They have gone for this pick, and I'm going to reserve my judgment until I see what it can do, but not really a fantastic start for what I'm assuming is a flex pick, right? Nature's Prophet. And perhaps they took the Nature's Prophet because they were afraid that the other side would go for the Spectre. So they wanted to take that out, away from their pockets. But he's given away first blood. It went the way of the Undying, so not the worst trade in the world.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
But not the best either for 6 cats. Right, you never want to give away first blood. As I'm constantly tuning in towards that top side, JY is in trouble. Blood Grenade has been sent out. DO6, he is deciding to dive that tier 1 and will be able to find that kill. But Kui took down BB solo once again. He did that last game and he's gonna do it again. And this is a different ball game because last time Kui was on a Pangolier and his entire team, the side lanes were brutal. But this time around, him finding that kill on the Storm while your side lanes are not doing that bad, it's a completely different scenario. And maybe, and just maybe, this could be AZTECA's game to take. They have the last hits coming in nicely for both their Lina as well as a Slardar. 19 last hits for Mute and 21 for Hatchet. With plenty of denies to boot, and the Storm has actually been kind of pushed out in this lane. He's not. He will go back there. But for the moment, 2-1 and 2 build up coming up for Kui at that level 5 mark. I would have preferred the level 3 Shadow Strike. I mean, I'm always just a big fan of the Shadow Strike against the Storm Spirit. As Kui denies away the Water Rune, doesn't need it, right? He has full HP and mana and has a full bottle. So essentially, he's playing this lane alone, and BB has abandoned it completely. Lion JY will take away the Bounty Rune and will plant down. Okay, doesn't have a ward to plant down. He'll just run across BB. And will steal away at the very least one of the 4 or 5 creeps there. But he has left the Slaughter alone, and Hatchet is going to be brought back by the Nightmare. It's on top of the bridge. He uses a crush, finds a stun, and should be okay here. Brain Sap is going to come in, but Hatchet has the boots of speed while DO6 does not. So that means DO6 needs to find the Spectral Dagger and will be able to find it. Level 2 Spectral Dagger able to take out that Slaughter, as it would not have been worth it to chase that far if he did not find the kill, but he does. The Undying dragging away the creep wave. And so they are doing pretty well. Hatchet finds a stun. Okay, BB finds a return kill. Kui unable to get that kill, and now he also expended a Sonic Wave for it, slightly underestimating BB over on that mid lane, as that's a perfect recovery. DO6 now with a killing spree on JY, suddenly not looking super good for the Radiant team. If you're AZTECA, this should be a wake-up call. You're giving way too much to the Spectre. Your Queen of Pain died alone to the Storm Spirit, which should never happen on that mid lane. And it's just brutal overall, I would say. Storm Spirit goes in for the zap. Tombstone has come out and the Storm has been stunned down. No Light Strike array to follow, but it's actually KNP who will actually just die to the right-click damage coming in from Mute.
It's the humiliation.
That has left Bane alone over on that mid lane, and the Storm failed rotation means that he loses out on a lot of mana. Can't actually go to the jungle right now. He needs to make sure that the pressure is dissipated a little bit, but JY is coming in from that back line. A stun coming in, no Light Strike array still, so BB will be able to zap away. Has plenty of remnants available, but Kui is going to come in almost having taken down the Storm. The Shadow Strike will be enough damage to find the kill on BB, and KNP, who has come in once more on this offlane Nature's Prophet with just a power treads. It's
Dire's bottom tower
they steal away both Shrines of Wisdom, so despite of the earlier laps, they are going to be able to get several kills here. KNP isolated, surrounded by 3 heroes. Can't really reveal his position, so he needs to just walk it off. Just walk it back. Don't think of anything funny.
worthy Dire are scanning.
The Bane, 9 and Z. Planting down the Observer as well as the Sentry, but it's going to be a slow path to his level 6. A slow path to his Fiend's Grip, while it's a relatively fast path to level 6 for Isaac Newton for the Undying. You'll have the Tombstone up, or rather the Flesh Golem up soon. And since you're playing with a Lion, having 2 Shrines of Wisdom come out for your own team is great, because then you'll have that early Finger of Death. Then you can look to make plays on that Spectre, and I do think they should be targeting that Spectre. He is the only one who hasn't died so far. He has a killing spree to his name. 62 lost hits, will get early Radiance if you don't target him down. He may not have the highest amount of farm, but it is a Spectre, and you don't want him to get off to, you know, that Manta style early on, that Radiance early on, too many items before that 20-minute mark or 25-minute mark, because then he's going to be able to fight your Queen of Pain, fight your Lina, fight your Slardar, just able to really fight anyone. Alright, not a bad Blade Mail game either, but I wouldn't. Manta Style will help him to dispel away the Shadow Strike as well as the overtime damage from the Lina and the Corrosive Haze. He can dispel quite a lot in this game. I think it's a pretty good game for the Spectre. Go Call will be sounded out, and we should be resuming into it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Stupendous.
Hatchet. Is going to go in, sees DO6, who does drop low, but DO6, because he's walking back, Hatchet is afraid that there's someone nearby. He wouldn't be wrong, there is a Bane, who may not have the Fiend's Grip, but at least has that Brain Sap. Nightmare gets used, but the Spectral Dagger absorbed by the Nightmare. JY comes in with the Finger of Death, takes out DO6 and his killing spree. It will use it on the right target, and they also find a nice little freebie, a cherry on top.
Middle tower
Flavored
is under attack. Dire's top tower
with
is under
nightmares.
attack.
Tower is,
Structures are fortified.
it's very weak to push out towers. Like, they have very limited tower pushing potential, so I wouldn't be surprised if the tier 1s don't fall in the early game. I wouldn't be surprised if they fail to take a tower by that 15-minute mark. But they have that siege creep coming,
Top tower
so that is a good way to at least target some of the towers. I am surprised that Mute isn't pushing out KMP by himself, who's going for an Orchid. When he gets to that, it's going to be trouble for your Queen of Pain, trouble for your Lina. For the moment though, Queen of Pain is... Hatchet. He is gonna get hit by DO6. And a Storm, in fact, in the entire lineup, apart from the Nature's Prophet, who is just farming away. And the problem is, again, I will remind all of you, if they don't play it quick, if they don't get
Dire's middle tower is
constant kills, they will fall behind eventually. They have a core hero which really does not scale well versus a core hero that scales incredibly well, even if it is in an off meta position, even if we haven't seen the Nature's Prophet offlane in, well, a really long time. It is still a Nature's Prophet, you know, and he's farming away. He is accelerating his farm. Sure, he's, you know, at the 5th place position in terms of net worth, but he almost has that Orchid, and once he has that, he's going to participate. He's going to join in these fights as JY dies.
under attack.
They're not playing together. Hatchet finds the stun on DO6. The bashes start to come out, but DO6 has the Bane coming in. Fiend's Grip again, full duration. Illuminate will take out Hatchet as the Queen of Pain Queen jumps in. Spectre will just immediately teleport away. The Undying has dropped down that Tombstone, which will be taken out, but 9NZ will lose his life. Still though, With BB coming in, they want to punish this Undying. Spectre will be back in the fight pretty soon with that Haunt, and the Undying will die. KNP also joins, so that means it's a 2-for-1, and quite frankly, not worth it at all for the Radiant team.
Dire's courier has been
Pull
killed.
roots and run.
Worthy tribute.
With me.
JY. Spectre is there, just needs to send his illusion out, wait for... Oh, rather, the Lina Mute might be able to get this kill. The Hatchet is also coming in with the Guardian Sprint, but slower by the Spectral Dagger. And DO6 will be okay. The Keeper of the Light being there means that the Solar Bind also slows them down significantly. The slows in this game are something that I haven't talked about, but it seems like the Spectral Dagger slow, the Keeper of the Light slow with the Solar Bind is quite effective at making sure the Slardar doesn't chase after you. Speaking of, he is still 14 minutes in and he doesn't have a Blink Dagger. This is bad. This is truly not good for the Radiant team, for AZTECA.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Top lane, Undying, Isaac Newton. Illuminate, takes him out. And I do wonder, this lead is not budging because the Lina is farming away very fast. Mute, Boots of Travel, Maelstrom at the ready. There will be a significant impact coming in from this Lina as the Bane is coming in. The Nature's Prophet is also going to join, but there is a Lion, and they might not actually see the Lion. The pings do come out.
Dire's
Observer Ward is here, but doesn't see the Bane. As 9NZ, he seems to want to go for it. Instantly, Hex Top, Laguna Blade will be there as well as the Finger of Death. And the Bane, his worst nightmare is going to come to life. Observer Ward also taken out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They make a play for DO6, Hatchet revealing his Blink Dagger, and DO6 is dead. Again, a valuable pickup, but I'm afraid they're not doing much to KNP, who is just split pushing the map. You know, tier 2 pressure on both that mid lane as well as on that bot side.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And this tower might actually go down here unless someone shows up. I think this tower is just dead. KNP thinking about dishing at the right clicks. Instead just uses his Treants. And the Treants acting as the body for the catapult is a very effective maneuver.
Radiant's bottom
Keep the catapult alive. JY finds a kill on 9 and Z. That is the right way to go about this. Constantly look for kills. Play as a 4-man, as a 5-man. Mute, level 14 Lina at the 17-minute mark. He can carry this game as long as everyone keeps looking for fights. And he can always join with the Boots of Travel. He can always be there with his team. But only if his team is making the space as Hatchet. They make a play for DO6 again. Finger of Death as well as one simple decay. KNP though with Nature's Wrath has taken out JY, but 9 and Z falls as he came in to help out his carry.
attack.
And they might actually look for Roshan here. There are 2 heroes dead. There's no Nature's Wrath and there's no you know, Pegasus available, spirit form for the Keeper of the Light. But they are chasing in after him. Slardar blinks towards that outpost, expecting to save someone. He does find 2 heroes, but he is going to pay with it for his life. Or with his life. KNP, though, takes in so much damage at the back of that Lina. BB has to zap away. He can't expend most of his mana. And he does. Mute will end up with a triple kill. Spectre, he's gonna come in to try and take Kui out. Won't be successful. Even Mute will land that Light Strike array. DO6 fails to get anything done. And it will be a successful fight for the side of AZTECA.
Haste.
JY, Blink Dagger up. Slardar has also his Blink Dagger. Oh. That's not the position for the Undying to be in. Hatchet does find an Observer Ward, but 3,000 of a lead, is it going to be enough? Most of this lead, in fact the entire lead, is just in the hands of Lina. And the fact of the matter is, BB, he hasn't had a great game. He's found successful pickoffs, has 6 galvanized charges, but look at his farm, it's not really that much. Kui finds KNP, who is going for the Aghanim Scepters. It's not exactly the typical physical DPS build. He is building utility
Dire's top tower
for
is
the
under
most part.
attack.
I would actually imagine that going for the Maelstrom is pretty good as well. The Spectre can't farm as fast as the Nature's Prophet can, and both those heroes being global heroes means that the Nature's Prophet can always farm very far away from the Spectre, right? So it's not as if the Spectre's resources are going to be hid just because the Nature's Prophet wants his piece of the pie.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
They're gonna go for the Tormentor on the Dire side, and they should be able to find it. Not really too much that you can do against that.
Dire are scanning.
As over on that Roshan pit, it seems like it's going to be a trade, but the Storm is going to zap right in. Stunned down by the Lion, and the Sonic Wave will eat him alive. KNP inside of his own Sprout trying to survive. However, it's the Lina. Mute will fall. DO6 got the Aegis. However, a buyback coming in from Hatchet will mean that in the end, it will be the side of AZTECA who will win the fight. A full team wipe, and all they really lost was one Lina, who's already at the very top of the net worth chart, who already has a bit of a difference. So it will be Kui who will propel himself even further. 857 gold. And for the side of Six Cats, that Storm Zap, he wanted to be that first person to go in, and he's the only one that can, outside of the Nature's Prophet, who can is technically zap in, or rather teleport in. The Storm has to be the one to lead the charge, but that Lion stun came out because the Storm did not make a second zap. And ideally, the best way to go about it is not zapping inside of the pit, it's zapping through it so that you gain vision and are also not in a predictable spot. But now it is a 5,000 lead, and with the Storm so far behind, the only real cores right now that you need to worry about are that Nature's Prophet and that Spectre. And they do have the means to eliminate their worry. As the Bane is gonna fall. Just a few right clicks necessary.
Agony. Dire's top tower is under attack.
KNP does have his Aghanim Scepter. So it does seem like it's I mean it's a decent item, of course.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Tier 2 tower is going to be taken
Dire's
out.
top tower is falling. Dire's top tower is under attack. Invisibility.
We. Oh. It's and Never Die who's gonna instantly get bursted down. BB with his BKB wants to take out JY, wants to get a bit of revenge, is gonna be able to find it. Mute also in trouble, but he'll back up with that soul rip. KNP jumps right in the midst of them all and will not be able to do anything. They took down a lion for their trouble and they will get wiped off the face of the map. DO6, the last casualty. Last time, they at the very least got the carry down. This time, they only get a support, and now it's an 11,000 lead. Win conditions perfectly achieved for AZTECA. And this last pick Nature's Prophet, or rather this Nature's Prophet, which was supposed to be a carry but shifted to the off lane, it has not worked out. JY. He sees BB. There's the Hex. There's the Impale. There is everything. The full kitchen sink at that storm. Never Die also trying to run, but when he gets hit by that Shadow Strike, he's going to be slowed down to a halt. He's going to see Hatchet come through the gate. And they're going to go back through the gate because they also want the Bane. They want everything on the map right now. Kills left, right, and center. That is the way to play in a scenario where the other side comes out with an off-meta pick. Queen of Pain blinks in. KNP goes down. 9 and Z
Is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has
will
fallen.
teleport back. It's DO6 JY.
Radiant are scared.
He has a whole Shadow Blade. They don't see where the Spectre is. Now they see him, but JY won't be able to land any of his spells. He's used them both on the illusions. So good escape by the Spectre, but playing with fire.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now they're gonna look for their second tier 2, a full Satanic up for Mute. No BKB available, so technically you can burst him down, but you need a Fiend's Grip, which, quite frankly, is so hard this game. Because you have so much protection available. Even the Undying has that Tombstone save, so you use the Fiend's Grip, that Tombstone save comes out, suddenly your play is worthless. And I'm not sure if they want to defend their tier 2 tower here. You might just want to let it go. BB is in position. He may have a BKB, but has very little in the way of damage. Goes in for a zap to try and bait some of these spells out. It's a Never Die who's gonna get caught towards that backline. In fact, it's also 9NZ who will get caught. Both supports to be executed, and a easy pathway forward found by AZTECA, or rather handed to them on a silver platter.
Radiant structures are fortified.
They find KNP. Oh, Life Strike Array is gonna miss. KNP will realize he can teleport away and will be successful, thanks to Mute missing his spell.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
18,000 of a lead right now. You take a look at how far behind the carry matchup is. 6, or rather 5,500 net worth behind, 6,000 net worth behind, in fact, the Spectre compared to the Lina. And even the mid laners, it's not even a comparison right now. The Kui is 9,000 ahead of BB. Only the offlaners are matched. But I would actually say that even though you are playing a Stardar who doesn't scale very well, this is still his prime time. It's still just 29 minutes into the game. Stardar starts to scale off at the 30-35 plus minute mark. So he still has a very long way to go before that happens. BB, he missed that Vortex! He jumped in, but the Nature's Wrath is good! Can they actually find the correct set of Fiend's Grip has come out, but no damage coming out towards Mute. Everyone has disengaged with BB getting ready for a secondary zap. He needs to come in quick as KMP will fall. Hex up on that storm. BB has fallen and DO6 will tap out as all hope is lost for a potential comeback. It will be AZTECA who will secure the series win against Six Cats. They still had 18 lives left on Six Cats, but they gave up that third game 29 minutes in, couldn't even make it past that 30-minute mark. And I think the lesson to take away from this series for both teams, for every team out there, is you have to be thinking quite hard about what you want to pick and what role you want to pick it for. In game number 1, you picked a Night Stalker on that mid lane. Was absolutely worthless of a pick because they failed to do anything with the Night Stalker. In game number 2, Six Cats, or rather AZTECA, came out with a carry Magnus against a Bane, a Keeper of the Light, and an Ember Spirit, and failed to do anything as far as a carry's job goes. And in game number 3, we had a Nature's Prophet offlane who, I mean, look at this, it speaks for itself, right? 1, 8, and 9, like you had no impact, and you're a global hero, mind you. Right? The Nature's Prophet should be able to go on towards that top lane, that mid lane, that bot lane, go anywhere where he wants. But even though he was given his farm, because the rest of AZTECA, they focus on that Spectre, right? They focus on that top lane. This Nature's Prophet had free farm, so could make anything, could farm away for the first 20 minutes of the game. But in the end, you're still playing an offlane Nature's Prophet, and you're relying on the hope that your team can survive in one piece past that 30, 40, 45 minute mark and then hope to turn it around. But that, quite frankly, did not happen for them. They just got pummeled. They just I mean, I don't know. It really feels like if you stick to what's good, then this should have been Six Cats' victory. At the end of the day, these players, in my view, are a bit better, more experienced, right? Not to take away from AZTECA, I think they're a great team. I think Kui has had a phenomenal series, not just in game 3 by finding a solo kill, but also in game 2 by finding a solo kill on that mid lane, right? Mute demonstrating why he's also a staple carry, and Hatchet making a great recovery, playing that Slardar. That lane started off really bad for them. Both Hatchet as well as JY did die, but in the end, it's not about how the lane starts, it's about how the lane ends. And even though he got a late Blink Dagger, he still found all of the openings that his team needed. So very well done by AZTECA. Plenty of more action at Twin Station left to be displayed by AZTECA and Six Cats, and of course a lot of the other teams. we are actually halfway done with the group stage, but we will be back with Cringe Station Lunar Horse Trophy from tomorrow. Make sure to follow Cringe Station on their socials. You can also drop me a follow on my socials. I've started streaming recently. Not exactly Dota, but a bit of RPGs, a bit of here, different things here and there. But to follow the Dota action, of course, you can follow Cringe Station on their socials, and if you want to drop me a follow on my Twitter, that would be much appreciated as well. For now, I will be signing out. Thank you all for joining in. I very much appreciate it. The comment section looked very lively. Of course, I don't understand the comments because I only know English, but everyone is welcome as long as you maintain the section to be respectful. Be kind to each other. I think that is apart from those two things, being kind and being respectful, you can talk about anything you want, the game, life, whatever. And yeah, without further ado, we'll be turning off the stream. I hope to see all of you tomorrow.